On record.
Hey, this is the time and place set for a parole violation here for Jacob Olsen. Mr. Olsen, your offender number is 211815, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. We conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Cabanella from AP&P. Agent Cabanella and Mr. Olsen, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Mr. Olsen, you too. Thank you. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Olsen, I didn't hear. Did you respond?
No, I did not.
Go ahead. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I swear the testimony that I swear will be truthful and accurate according to the paperwork that I have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Olsen, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Correct.
And did you get, I see you have your disclosure packet, correct?
Correct. And the amended version.
Okay, great. And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Correct, I did, and she was astonishingly awesome.
Okay, very good. All right, so we're gonna go through some legal stuff, and then we'll get some information from your attorney, from Agent Cabanella, and then from you, Mr. Olsen. So there's a couple of things I got to take care of first. First of all, I just want to take judicial notice. Mr. Olsen pled guilty to 2 Class B misdemeanors in case ending in 0280. Looks like the court sentenced Mr. Olsen to 6 months in jail. So I believe we're still in the process of serving that sentence. Those are not part of the allegations. We do have 2 allegations against Mr. Olsen. How are we handling those today, Ms. Conyers?
He'll admit to both of the allegations.
Okay. All right, Mr. Olsen, before I accept your admissions to these allegations, I need to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require AP&P to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That evidentiary hearing looks like a trial where AP&P has to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the way that they've alleged. You would be able to defend yourself. You'd be appointed an attorney at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine AP&P's witnesses, as well as to call your own witnesses and or produce any exhibits you found necessary for your defense. Mr. Olsen, do you understand those rights?
I, Jacob Patrick Olsen, social American citizen, prisoner, DDC, cross-reference. I understand those rights.
All right, and then do you understand that by entering admissions today, you are waiving your right to the evidentiary hearing?
I understand those rights.
And you understand you're waiving those rights, correct?
Admitting those 2 admissions of guilt, correct. That I'm not consequential, that I'm just wanting my parole back, correct.
Okay, all right. All right, so with that, I'll take judicial notice of the 2 new Class B misdemeanors, and then accept the admissions as knowingly, voluntarily entered, and then we'll officially revoke your prior parole date. All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation and or additional information?
First, a bit of additional information, and this is an interesting issue that Mr. Olsen and I discussed. Here's a document I believe that he brought with him. He may be looking at it now, that says that he was removed from certain programs, including the GPS monitor. So when he took that off, that's what violated him. So he believes that his constitution. Oh, let me summarize, and then I'll let you correct. Okay, Mr. Olsen. So, and I may get it a little bit wrong, but you'll have an opportunity to correct what I'm saying. So he left because he feels like his constitutional rights were violated. So he did walk away, but it's because he felt like his constitutional rights were violated. I'm sure he's going to give us a little bit more information about that here momentarily. However, he is asking for another attempt at parole. He's been in custody for 2 months, so we're asking for 90 days with credit for the 2 months he's already served. He sounds like he has some things already set up. He's been taking some MRT classes. He has 2 different houses he can go to. I believe those addresses have been improved. He has job working construction. He can return to programs, but he doesn't believe that he needs them. So it sounds like he has some things set up and is on his way to being successful for this 5th attempt at parole if given that opportunity.
My turn to speak.
Let me ask Agent Cabanilla real quick, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Olson. We can
Lie.
get. I'm sorry. What was that?
Said, please don't lie. That's all.
All right, Agent Cabanilla. Any information you want to provide?
Just our guidelines. We're sad that he chose to run away from parole. If he feels he doesn't want to wear a GPS device, that's his choice. We won't force him to wear it, though we would not accept it at parole at the halfway house if we choose to order that to someone. He's more than welcome to submit addresses to the local field teams, and if they approve him for community supervision, I think that would be appropriate, though the field agent may have the discretion to place a GPS device given his behaviors or unaccountabilities or those sorts of things in that nature as part of parole.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Olson, now's your opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Bruner. Is it Bruner?
Bruner, that's correct.
So thank you so much. So the reason why I did that is because while I was at that place, I was treated very unfairly. I was told that I had to do a MHSS program, which the Board of Pardons actually removed. They also, when I very first got there, strapped a GPS monitor on my ankle, which the Board of Pardons, I have 100% proof. The board removes the following CCMHS programs, successfully complete the CCCMHSS program. Also, which board may include removes the GPS monitoring and outpatient follow-up. And the reason for follow-up is transition time. I've got my exact blue packet right here, the amended version on this one. I've got proof they illegally put a GPS monitor on my name with Cabanilla. That man right there, I'll point my finger at him, says his GPS was checked. I'm just saying, when I got there, they kept trying to force myself. That man called myself down and said that I had to do those programs. I told him respectfully, I said, no, I do not. The Board of Pardons actually removed those. I have all my assessments dating back from the last 4 times in my board hearing. I've got all the proof from the amended version. I've got proof that he messed up on 3 paperwork types that man Cabanilla typed up, actually. I've got, he tried saying, there it is. Scheduled termination. I don't have a termination date. You messed up on that. It's the earned compliance date. I'm just saying, I was extremely disappointed with how, I had a lot of respect for Cabanilla. I had a lot of respect for the agents at Bonneville. I was extremely disappointed with how they handled the situation by saying that I had to do these things when the Board of Pardons and my actual amended version and my actual blue packets on multiple occasions states that they said that I had to wear these things. I'm just saying I was extremely disappointed with how Cabanilla, with the utmost respect that I had for him before all that actually happened. That's what made myself extremely disappointed, because I've never had any issues before I actually went there. And then I actually go there this last time, and then the issues that I had, it was just, they went against everything that the Board of Pardons actually stated that I was supposed to do. And I will say it, that man, Cabanilla, Clifford Cabanilla, called myself down and he said, you have to do this program. The Board of Pardons recommended it. I said, I do not have to do that program. The Board of Pardons removed it from my mapping because of the assessments that I had. And I've got my legitimate Board of Pardons, and it says they illegally put a GPS on when the Board of Pardons ordered me not to, because I've never been it. But the next time I go there, or I go to the halfway house, I will happily I'll happily accept the GPS that's ordered. But I'm saying I was extremely disappointed, and I thought I was extremely disrespected because the Bonneville police officers or shift leaders or that man, or it wasn't, he didn't put the GPS on, but he did say I had to do the program, which the Board of Pardons removed those stipulations from my blue packet. I'm extremely disappointed at how that man, because of all the respect that I had for him and the treatment team there, handled the situation. So yes, when I get out of here, I don't know how I could civilly go about this, or so that I don't want to sue. I don't want to continue those things. I just wish that they would, correct their belief systems like we're forced to, and we have to correct our belief systems on our side. I think the same holds for them and their accountability levels, that, if we're held to this same exact standard, like in my honor or whatever this is, that they should be honorable and uphold that and take accountability for their mistakes as well as our mistakes on our end. But I said, that's all. I've got my actual proof that, you know, my like she said, and the attorney handled it greatly, that my civil liberties and my actual constitutional rights were violated there. As soon as I got there, they put that GPS on. When the Board of Pardons, the Utah UDC Board of Pardons, which basically is God in Utah, you know, when it comes to this stuff, when they say that stuff right there, they should uphold and go with the recommendations of what the Board of Pardons actually goes by. And that's all I'm saying. I felt extremely disrespected that Bonneville decided to try and create their own law and step outside of their conduct of what they actually implemented. And that's why I felt extremely embarrassed to actually call them law officers at work there. That's all I'm going to say. But like I said, I apologize for what I did. If Bonneville has any stipulations or not, they felt that I was respectful, I apologize to them for that. I left because I thought I was being extremely disrespected because I had actual proof of what the board had. I felt like I was just disrespected all the way around. When I talked to Agent Randy Carter that was there, she actually backed myself up. She said, no, you don't have to do any of this treatment stuff. I showed her the card. She actually backed myself up. Randy is the supervisor for that. She handled it extremely well. The only person there that had an issue was, I'll point it, I'm glad he showed up here, was Clifford D. Cabanilla. I don't know why. He said, we'll come back to this later. Like I said, I just felt extremely disrespected that they thought they could step outside of their legal rights, what the Board of Pardons actually implemented, which it's okay. Thank you so much for listening. I'd be grateful if I could have another parole with transition. I've got all my stuff from the past 1 to 15 and my compliance date. I am not consequential. I am not any of that stuff. I'm not in car. It means my actual parole. Medium level population. Like I said, I'd be extremely grateful for another chance at parole. Thank you so much, though, for letting myself speak. That's about it.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask a couple questions. When you did abscond, where did you go?
Honestly, I went straight to Price. My dad was actually in protective custody, and I wanted to make sure he was safe. His eye was cut out of his head. He lost over 200 pounds. I walked straight to the house that I own. Found out my dad was being tortured at a certain location when he was out on something like that. Someone that I respected and called my dad. He was, I'll say this, he's now in protective custody out there because he was tortured by officers that are inside of the institution and the prison, and I have actual video proof of that as well. That's all. He was supposed to be protected due to a trust fund that my grandfather has. My Uncle Wade, who works for Department of Defense, now has him in protective custody due to the fact that, so I was also military. I was underground military for years. I'll just be honest about this. My Uncle Wade works for the DOD. He's a computer programmer and software provider. He works with certain organizations all over the world. Foundationalized speaking, it's the background of that's pretty freaking good. Underneath all that, my Uncle Wade operates and governs 37 different agencies across the United States. Due to the fact my dad being extra special forces with the DOD, before my time in prison and stuff like that, due to audits and stuff like that, is what my uncle does and my dad used to do. That's why I went straight to Price to see if he was okay, because certain things happened with him. And I used to be during that, I don't know if you guys understand, but he was a straw man, I guess you should say, according to that, when I was military, stuff like that. So this is before my time. It's all covered up now, but that's where I went to see if he was okay and see if my family was okay due to certain allegations that officers and that did within inside of the prison system.
Okay. What is that house one of the addresses that you would hope to parole to?
There is two houses. One at 1573 Eastwood Drive. My grandpa owns that. It was part of a 10% thing like that my grandfather owns. The other one is my other one is 428 North 100 East. That one right there was another place. But I don't know if my grandparents sold that one off or not. Last time I know, my grandparents moved location because the house is inside of there. They moved to Sagewood. But either way, I'd be extremely grateful to go there. So I put in the address.
Sorry, what? I don't need the street address, but what city are those?
Carbon County, Price, Utah.
Okay, thank you. When you were on parole, did you use drugs at all?
No, sir.
Okay. And are you currently taking any medications?
No, sir, I do not. I've never taken any medication. Even when I did my mental health assessment, which I've got right here, they recommended no treatment. They recommended no. They tried saying medication. I told them no. Forced medication is illegal inside the Utah State Board or the Utah State. I refuse to take medications. I don't need it. I'm happily really fine with that. stuff like that. So it's
All right. And then are there any physical health issues that need to be addressed? Or anything that would prevent you from being successful on parole? Any
prevent
physical-
myself from being successful. So when I got
Just physical health issues. Are there any physical health issues?
no, there's not any physical health issues.
All right. And
I'm stop myself from being successful on parole.
We're just out of time. But you have answered all of my questions. Thank you for all the information you've provided. I appreciate it very much. I've tried to encapsulate it as much as I could to get to the board so they have enough information to make a decision about whether to grant another parole or not. So I will take my report to the board. They will deliberate, make their final decision. Once they've done that, they'll send you a letter in the mail. And they also post it online. So you can wait for that letter to get to you or have somebody on the outside, if you're in contact with anybody, look it up online and it can let you know what the decision is.
Thank you so much.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Good luck, Mr. Olson.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
On record.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for, is it SHILONE? Is that how you pronounce your name, sir?
Yeah, SHILONE.
Shylon, thank you. Sorry. Shylon Jackson. And Mr. Jackson, your offender number is 206947. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Cavanella from AP&P. Agent Cavanella has already been sworn in this morning. He remains under oath for this hearing. Mr. Jackson, I do need to put you under oath. If I could have you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Mr. Jackson, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yeah, I did.
All right, and did you get your disclosure packet?
Yeah, I did.
All right, and then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yeah.
All right, very good. All right, Ms. Conyers, looks like Mr. Jackson, sorry, for just judicial notice, that it looks like Mr. Jackson pled no contest to 3 Class B misdemeanors in case ending in 0588. 2 of those are related to allegations 2 and 3. But we do have 5 total allegations. How are we handling those today?
Yes, thank you. Similar to the court case ending in 588. Number 1, he'll admit. 2 and 3 relate to that case. He'll plead no contest. Number 4, he'll also plead no contest, and 5, he'll admit.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jackson, before I accept your pleas to these allegations, I need to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require AP&P to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That evidentiary hearing would look like a trial where AP&P would have to put on evidence. They'd have to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the way that they've alleged. You would be able to defend yourself. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine AP&P's witnesses, as well as to call any of your own witnesses and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent with respect to allegations of criminal conduct, but the board could draw a negative inference from that silence. Mr. Jackson, do you understand these rights?
Yeah.
And do you understand that by entering these pleas today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yeah.
All right, very good. I'll accept the pleas as knowingly voluntarily entered. I'll take judicial notice of the case of the convictions ending in case 588. And with that, we will officially revoke your prior parole dates. All right, Mr. Jackson, the rest of the hearing looks like this. I'll talk to your attorney for a little bit, talk to Agent Cabanella for a little bit, and then the last little bit of the hearing, I'll talk to you, okay?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation and or additional information?
Yes, just that he made a mistake. We had a good conversation on Monday, and Mr. Jackson admits that he made a mistake on this parole. This was his 5th parole. What happened is his sister's boyfriend beat up his sister, and he left to take her to the hospital and left the program as a result. So a mistake that shouldn't have happened. And he does hope that the board will give him another opportunity of parole. We're asking for 90 days and another opportunity. He does plan to return to the SOTP program. He was only there for a month, so he would like to complete that program. And that's his main focus this go around.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Agent Cabanella, any recommendation from APNP?
Well, as shown before, I see those are good ideas. It's just Shilone's had a bad history of just absconding from parole, not being able to pass SOTP. So I don't know what the disconnect is with those struggles. I know that the prison's overhauled a lot of things, so I do believe it's best that he completes SOTP within the facility. But if that really is impossible, then he does need to come back to the halfway house. But there definitely needs to be some sort of life changes going on with Mr. Jackson to where he can express those concerns with us. We would have liked to know that abuse was taking place. We could have contacted local law. There was other options besides running. However, my recommendation stands as what I wrote below.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson, now's your opportunity to speak. Let's talk about, so you do have a history of absconding. So I get that there's, this abuse of your sister this time, but there's always seems to be some reason to get you to leave parole. So what's going on? How are we going to address this in the future?
Honestly, like, this is the first opportunity I've had to, like, come to population and program. I'm in the solid program right now, and it's helped me taking some time, like, to learn other things than what I've been learning in SO. And like, yeah, I had that issue with my sister, and I just didn't know how to cope with it at the time. And most of the time, that's what's brought me back to prison. This is the shortest time I've ever done on parole, but most of the time I've tried to do good. And like in the past, I've had issues with doing drugs and taking drugs while I've been in the halfway houses. And like every time I've gotten out, like I've learned like, every time I've came back from my mistakes. So it's something that this is all new to me. Like me stepping outside, like this was voluntarily, like me asking to come to the solid program, and I'm learning newer things, and it's helping me right now as we speak. So I'm okay with whatever you guys recommend. If I go back to the halfway house, if I program here, I'm taking it step at a time. That's the best I can say and do right now. I know I've made mistakes in the past, but I'm learning things right now that's helping me for my future. So I'm doing everything that I can right now.
Okay, great, thank you. So did you use drugs on this parole?
No, I didn't. I had no dirty ways or anything like that. Now, when I was on the run, I was a little depressed, and I had been drinking and doing things like that, but it wasn't like I was doing this stuff when I was in the halfway house.
So what did you used some alcohol? What else did you use while you were on the run?
Marijuana. I was doing coke, and I pled no contest. Like I was in a car with somebody, and I just pled no contest to the methamphetamines and stuff. But other than that, it's just, I don't know. I was just depressed.
Okay. So were you using the meth?
Yeah.
And how were you using that? Were you smoking or injecting?
I was smoking it.
What caused the depression?
Just because I thought like I was doing the right thing, taking my sister to the hospital, but then at that time, like I felt like there was like no returning, and then like I thought it would be the right thing to help her, but once I was out there, I wasn't able to work, I wasn't able to do the right thing for me to get off of parole and stuff like that. Like it just felt like it was a downward spiral for me.
Or was there any idea of talking to an agent about your sister's situation? I mean, you're surrounded by law enforcement. Did you reach out to anybody? Was that a thought that even crossed your mind?
Well, I coincided with another parolee that was in the halfway house about it, and I know I still was talking to him at the same time. He was in the halfway house, and I know he let like a couple of the officers know what was going on with me, and like they asked if I would turn myself in, but I felt like I was gonna come back to prison anyways, and I was trying to talk my sister out of leaving this guy, and it just didn't. It was just a hot mess.
How is your sister doing?
She's pregnant, and she's having a boy, and she should be expecting within the next few months, but
Oh, great.
she's all right. It's just she never ended up leaving the guy, but it's just like I was doing what I could to protect her because he's a very abusive boyfriend.
Right. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry. The time you were pulled over, who all was in the car with you?
It was just me and my girlfriend.
And what was going on? She said something about you were trying to kill her.
I don't know about her saying I was trying to kill her, but we got stopped by the cops. They said that somebody had got a phone call specifically in that area, and they had seen me with her. She was driving.
So I show that. So her name's Terry. Is that right?
Yeah.
The initial report stated a woman screamed at a man in a truck saying, "This guy is going to kill me." So officers responded to the vehicle because of that. So were you guys having a fight at the time? Was there some issue between the two of you?
No, neither one of us. There was no marks or anything there were no bruises or anything like that. They just, I don't know. The cops said they got a phone call. They even took my phone and see if they asked for my phone number and asked me my name and stuff, and I just didn't tell them my name. They had got a phone call specifically stating in that area they were looking for a suspect and somebody who called the cops.
All right. Are you currently being treated for any mental health illnesses?
No.
Have you ever been?
In the past, I've been diagnosed.
What was your diagnosis?
I was diagnosed schizophrenic, and also I had like bipolar issues.
Were you ever treated for those?
Yeah.
You're no longer taking your medications for those.
Mm-mm.
And do you feel stable? Do you feel like, I mean, schizophrenia usually is you see things that aren't there, you have hallucinations, or you hear things. Is any of that happening right now, or do you feel like
I would say
that's all?
I would say a lot of it was drug induced
Okay.
for me, just like abusing drugs and like my medications that I was on.
Okay. All right. And then are there any physical health issues that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No.
All right, so you've answered all of my, so let's see. If you're granted a parole, where would you go? Do you have a place to go or do you need a halfway house?
To be honest, I would really try to work and get my own place in the halfway house.
All right. And then do you have work lined up?
As of right now, I do not have no work lined up, but it's not hard to get a job at the temp agencies.
Sure, yeah. And then you mentioned going back into sex offender therapy. Who are you doing therapy through?
It was Alpha Counseling.
Okay. And you'd be able to return to them?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You've answered all of my questions. Is there anything that we haven't talked about today that you wanted to discuss?
That's pretty much it.
Okay. All right, so we'll proceed like we have in the past. I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make their final decision. They'll post it online, and then they'll send you that letter in the mail. So if you don't want to wait for that letter to come, you can talk to people on the outside who can look it up and let you know what the decision is. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you. You have a good day.
Thank you.
Good luck, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
All right, this is the time and place set for a pro violation here for CARSON UNOPULOS. And is that how you pronounce your last name, sir?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. Mr. Anopoulos, your offender number is 226729, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. My name's Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting a hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. It doesn't look like we have an agent from AP&P on. But Mr. Anopoulos, I do need to put you under oath. If I can have you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
All right, very good. Thank you. Mr. Anopoulos, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes.
All right. I'll just note, looks like Mr. Anopoulos is facing a felony charge and a misdemeanor charge in case ending 1201 that is related to the allegation. Looks like we have a preliminary hearing scheduled next week. So with that, Ms. Conyers, how do we want to proceed with the allegation today?
Yes, we were going to deny the allegations and make a motion to continue for 60 days. That's how long Mr. Anopoulos believes he needs to work that out, and then he'll write the board a letter when he's done.
Okay. All right, Mr. Anopoulos, with that pending criminal charge, we can't really address the issue of your parole violation today. So I'll take judicial notice of the pending charges. I'll note the denial to the allegation, and then I do find probable cause to continue the hearing. And so we'll just set this out for another calendar and then just let us know when it gets resolved. We'll get you back on the appropriate calendar. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thanks.
Okay.
On record.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Robert. Is it Mejia? Is that how you pronounce your last name, sir?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Mejia, your offender number is 230774. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, with whom you just met. And then we have Agent Beckmellum from AP&P. Mr. Mejia and Agent Beckmellum, I need to swear both of you in. If I can have you each, please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mejia, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you get your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And then did you have a chance, you just had a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for the hearing today, correct?
Yes.
And you feel ready to move forward with the hearing?
Yes.
And then Sergeant Scott or the officer there in Salt Lake, can we get that microphone turned up a bit? I'm not able to hear Mr. Mejia very well. All right, Ms. Conyers, looks like we have 4 allegations against Mr. Mejia. How are we handling those today?
Yes, thank you. So he's going to admit to 1 and 2 and no contest to 3 and 4.
All right. All right, Mr. Mejia, before I accept your admissions, I need to make sure you understand that, first of all, the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission. Do you understand that?
It is the same of it as an admission.
The consequences are the same as an admission.
I
Meaning
guess
that-
I'll plead not guilty on those then.
I'm fine with the no contest plea. I just need to make sure you understand that the consequences will be the same, that it will still result in us the board revoking your parole. Do you understand that?
Oh, revoking my parole.
Right? Does that make sense?
Okay, meaning I won't get a parole date.
No. So you're technically still on, even though you're in custody, you're technically still on parole because the board has not officially revoked your parole date. This hearing is to determine whether there is a reason for us to revoke the parole date or the board to revoke the parole date. So if your admission and your no contest plea, both of those constitute grounds upon which the board can take away your parole, your previous parole. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And then you could choose not to enter admissions or no contest pleas, and that would prompt an evidentiary hearing. That would require AP&P to prove these allegations. They would have to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the way that they've alleged. It would look like a trial, and you'd be given an attorney at that hearing at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine AP&P's witnesses. You'd also be able to call any witnesses you felt were necessary for your defense and produce any exhibits you felt were necessary. If there were allegations of criminal conduct, you would have the right to remain silent, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Do you understand those rights, Mr. Mejia?
I think so.
Okay, so
Do you need more time to speak with me, or do you feel comfortable moving forward?
I would like some more time talking to the board attorney, please.
all right. Can we do another breakout, please? Are we on the record?
On record.
All right, we're back on the record in the matter of Robert Mejia, offender 2300774. Mr. Mejia, you've had a chance to talk to your attorney again. I don't know, Ms. Connors, did you want to jump in or?
Yes, I would. So he'll maintain the admissions on 1 and 2. With the amendment to a technical on number 3, he will say no contest, and he does understand that that is admitting guilt. And number 4, he'll also say no contest. And again, he recognizes that the board will treat that as an admission.
Okay, all right. And then we talked about that evidentiary hearing, Mr. Mejia. By entering these pleas, by entering the admissions and the no contest, we're not going to do an evidentiary. We're just going to handle this matter today. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'll accept those admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. And the effect is we'll revoke your prior parole date. So your parole has officially been revoked as of right now. Well, as of when the board makes their order. So, Mr. Mejia, I'm going to talk to your attorney for a couple minutes, then I'll talk to Agent Beckmelon for a little bit, and then I'll come to you and ask some questions at the end. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So, Ms. Conyers, any additional information or recommendation?
Yeah, a little bit. As you can imagine, with the charges that he has, it's just really difficult. There are a lot of barriers to him doing what he needs to do, including that there was a wait list at Alpha to do his treatment. So that would set him back. But also with these charges, it was very stressful and difficult to find a job and housing. He was really trying to change and rehabilitate himself and work on his goals, but he maybe just lost a little bit of confidence in that it's really stressful. He has, though, been working on himself and working on a plan, and he is asking for another opportunity at parole. We're asking for 120 days and then a return either to parole or Sanpete County Jail for relapse prevention, if that's what the board prefers. However, once he is paroled, he probably needs to start at a CCC or a halfway house. And then once he's there, he'll try to find a stable residence. That's very important to him. He will get some work. He's always done food services, either fast food or catering, which is hard because minors work there, and obviously he can't with his charges do that. One thing he plans to pivot and start working on trade skills and maybe even go into a trade school to do construction or other sort of work where he won't have as hard of a time because minors are not usually employed there. So he is working on coming up with a plan and making sure that he has the gumption to stick with whatever plan he has. And he is asking for that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Agent Beckmelon, any recommendation from APMP?
So Mr. Mejia, when he started on parole, APMP had high hopes for him. But from the very beginning, even by his own admission, Mr. Mejia struggled with his mental health. There are many conversations that I had with him where he struggled with not only his mental health, but just being on parole. APMP's recommendation on this is that Mr. Mejia serve 180 days where he can receive a full mental health evaluation, and he'd be ordered to complete the treatment and then be given another opportunity at parole where his mental health is stable and he can handle parole a little bit better due to the stableness of his mental health and be able to hit the ground running.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Mejia, now's your opportunity to speak. Tell me what happened on this parole?
What do you want me to start from the beginning or?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so I came out, at first I was very enthusiastic, I was motivated, thinking, okay, parole's not going to be hopefully too much of a challenge, And then I come out and realize it's not as easy as I was hoping, I start making a little bit of plans to get the Medicaid, and I don't have to worry about looking for a job right away because I'm trying to get my Medicaid taken care of, and that would help me pay for alpha counseling therapy. But as time progressed, I started realizing my mental health issues and my emotional stability. I'm not mentally and emotionally handling and coping things well. I'm starting to act out in a little bit of passive aggressiveness, just not getting along with people, just noticing that I'm having a hard time at the halfway house and not getting along with everybody there. And I'm too letting myself get too influenced and too pressured to go back into my, like, how do you say it? Depression and deviant cycle, you know, of wanting to look at pornography, adult pornography, to try to cope with everything. And like I said, I get denied some jobs. I try to apply for a sales job and try to apply for certain jobs, and they tell me we can't hire you because of your felony sex offender charges. They literally told me, I'm sorry, we can't hire you because of your charges. And unfortunately, it was such a huge barrier, getting rejected job after job, and then not having a lot of job skills and experience after coming out of prison for 10 years, and not really knowing how to cope well. I tried to get into Weber Human Services and Alpha Counseling, but I hadn't even had a chance to start Alpha yet, and I just barely started my therapy at Weber Human Services, and I'm still just not coping well, and realizing that if I can't cope like this right now, with all the challenges presented to me, not be able to find housing or a job right now, then I'm just not ready for parole yet. But I'm not trying to go back to my deviant cycles. I really am trying to work on myself. I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to hurt myself or hurt anybody, or act out passively aggressively, or not get along with people, or be antisocial. I just really want to work on these issues and rehabilitate, and just move forward with some goals. Like I said, I want to go to trade school and figure out some kind of trade where it would be a felon-friendly trade, and I don't have to worry about whether I'm going to get a job or not, because I can't work around minors or my sex offender record. You know, just figure out something. Become an electrician or a plumber or HVAC technician, something so I could hold down a stable employment and just move forward and be able to afford that housing that I need. I really do want to take advantage of opportunities and resources. Like I said, if anything, I'd love to go back to San Pete County Jail, because the therapist at San Pete County Jail, he understood that I was suffering from a lot of mental, emotional issues, and he knew that I was going to be stressed out on parole, and what made some recommendations as to what he could suggest and to help me with my therapy issues, and not being so stressed out on parole, and being stressed out with life, with high risk situations. I don't want to reoffend. I want to change for the better. I swear.
Okay, I appreciate that. What have you been treated for in the past mentally? Like, what have you been diagnosed with any particular mental health issues?
At Weber Human Services, they were trying to treat me for PTSD, because I had suffered PTSD as a child and as an adult. Like I said, I wasn't getting along with a lot of people. That I got beat up by 2 gang members in prison. The other one was autism, spectrum disorder, and people notice it. People notice that I have some low form of autism or antisocial personalities, you know, and that it also reflects on my learning part. To cope and learn and just function as a normal human being. It doesn't mean I'm retarded or stupid. It just kind of impairs my ability to be considered a functioning normal adult person. You know, the Asperger's and PTSD, it affects a lot of things.
Let's say that you process things differently than other people. I think that's probably
Yes, that's the way I would word it, is I process things differently than other people. And oftentimes I'm so easily influenced or pressured by when I'm stressed out, I'm asking people for different advice, opinions, and I'm not always getting the best perspective or advice opinion. Especially if I'm around other inmates, they don't always care. They're not always gonna give me the best advice or best suggestions.
Are there any physical health issues that you're facing that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
I wouldn't say it anything like physical. I would say it's more mental and emotional.
Sure, that makes sense. Okay. And why are you wearing the orange jumpsuit?
Because I went on suicide watch due to me being in an unstable gang member environment where everybody was threatening to harm me and abuse me and take advantage of me. And it was not a safe environment at all for me to be there. And I just really wanted to get out of that gang member section that I was. I even told housing to move me, and they said it's a difficult process. It takes time.
Okay. But we did have some suicide. You did talk about suicide, thought about suicide.
I did have some awful things going on. Everybody in the section was telling me to kill myself. They did not make me feel like they didn't make me feel happy like I wanted to live.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Mejia, you've answered all of my questions. I appreciate that very much. Is there anything we haven't talked about today that you wanted the board to know?
No, it's just like I said, I'm not trying to go out there and act out deviantly at all. I understand that I need to cope better and stay away from pornography and control my addiction, that I need to ask for help when I'm struggling and not try to hide my problems, that if I'm struggling, I need to ask for help so that these things don't happen.
All right. Very good. All right. So what happens after today is I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate. They make the final decision as to whether to grant another parole and under what conditions. Once they've done that, then they post it online, but they also send you a letter in the mail. So you can find out what the decision is by waiting for that letter to get to you, or if you're in contact with people on the outside, you can ask them to look it up on the board's website and they can let you know. That happens a lot faster than waiting for that letter to get to you. Okay?
Okay, that just before we close, if after we close, if I could just have one last talk with my attorney to make sure I'm okay.
Sorry, what do you need, sir?
If I could just have one last talk with you after the board hearing to make sure everything's okay.
Can you give me a call? Because we only have a minute. I only have like 30 seconds. We're already really late as it is.
Okay.
And I don't want to rush you. Can you take down my phone number and you can give me a call? I have money on my account.
Yeah, do you have a pen somewhere? Okay, the officer said he's going to record down your phone number.
Okay, 801-839-4649.
801-839.
4649.
4649, okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Mejia.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good luck to you, Mr. Mejia.
All right, thank you.
Good luck.
On record.
All right, we're on the record in the matter of Bridget Blankenship. This is the time and place set for your parole violation hearing. Ms. Blankenship, your offender number is 147677. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you wouldn't mind just pulling that microphone just so it's a little bit closer to you, just so I can hear you a little bit better. Thank you. You don't need to like get right onto it, but just there we go. You can sit comfortably. All right, Ms. Blankenship, on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Prevedel from APNP.
Good morning,
Ms. Blankenship and Agent Prevedel, I need to swear both of you in. If I could have you each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do. Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Ms. Blankenship, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Correct.
And did you get your disclosure packet?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
All right, very good. Ms. Conyers, looks like we have 6 allegations against Ms. Blankenship. How are we handling those today?
Yeah, she'll admit to 1 and 2. On number 3, no contest. Number 4, it's a little bit different in probable cause statement, but still a bit duplicative. We were going to see if AP&P would strike number 4, and then she'll admit to 5 and 6.
Let's see, strike number 4.
Yes, both of 3 and 4 were failure to complete the PVP program. The PC statements were a little bit different, but it was duplicative enough that I was going to see if they'd strike it, and then admitting 5 and 6.
Agent Prevedel, response to the motion to strike allegation 4.
Yes, we can agree with striking number 4.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we're entering a denial to that and moving to strike, correct?
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Ms. Blankenship, before I accept your pleas, I need to make sure you understand a couple of things. First of all, the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission as far as your parole is concerned. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you do have the right to require APNP to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. APNP would have to put on evidence, kind of like at a trial, where they'd have to demonstrate that they'd have to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. At that hearing, you'd be given an attorney at no cost to you, and through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine APNP's witnesses and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your own defense. Do you understand these rights?
Yes, sir, I do.
And then do you understand that by entering these pleas today, you are waiving your right to the evidentiary hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. I'll accept the admissions and no contest plea as knowingly voluntarily entered. I'll note the denial on allegation 4, recommend dismissal based on the stipulated motion. And from all that, I'll recommend revoking your prior parole dates. So Ms. Blankenship, first I'm going to talk to your attorney, then I'll talk to Agent Prevedel, and then I'll talk to you toward the end of the hearing, okay?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation and or additional information?
No additional information, really, but a recommendation. We're asking for 120 days and another opportunity at parole. She anticipates that she'll start with an ankle monitor and at Orange Street. She will do treatment at Weber Recovery Services. She was working with Sarah over at Weber and plans to continue doing work she does HVAC work. Her real focus is trying to stay sober and maintain employment. We had a good conversation on Monday, and she says she's learned her lesson and has apologizes for her behavior and would ask for another opportunity and expects that she'll do much better on this 3rd parole if given that opportunity.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Agent Prevedel, any recommendation or additional information?
Yes, for the record, if we could just add that this was Miss Blankenship's 2nd parole on these charges, but her 6th overall parole. So she knows. There's no doubt in her mind. She knows what she has to do to be successful on parole. She spent more time avoiding us. We spent more time trying to find her than she did reporting. I mean, we recognize she has an alcohol and drug problem, but we can't help her when she continues to avoid us. The last time we took her to jail and extended her the alternative event to go to the PVP program, and then she disappeared. We're really concerned with another parole unless she is of the mindset that she really wants to do it. But we just can't continue to spend the hours that we spend looking for her. We didn't know where she was living. She wouldn't keep her appointments. And it would get to the point where I was like, Bridget, if you don't report, I'm going to have to get a warrant. And I understand she was dealing with a lot of issues. She and her mom had a falling out. Housing was a big issue for her, but parole's just not as hard as she was making it. We're strongly considering that she not be given another parole, but that she be given some time and terminate. If the board chooses to give her another parole, then it's strongly recommended that she go to Orange Street to complete the women's program. That would provide her with the treatment that she needs. She could get a job, get stable. But it's up to Miss Blankenship what she's going to do, because after 6 overall attempts at parole, she knows what she needs to do. But she has the potential to do it. It's just she's got to decide, does she want to do it or continue to play the games we had to deal with last parole? So we'll submit that recommendation and I guess leave the final decision up to the board if they want to try another parole. If so, then strongly recommended she do Orange Street.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
All right, Ms. Blankenship, now's your opportunity to speak. As you heard, and as I echo, there are lots of opportunity, lots of desire to help, but not a lot of implication on you that you wanted help or that you were looking to get better. So can you speak to that a little, please?
Yeah, I just was having some issues, like Karen said, and I wasn't ready. If given the opportunity, I have completed Orange Street before. I have the potential. I do have, work etiquette. I can do the classes and I can do the program if given the opportunity, sir. I don't have an excuse, and I know I made mistakes. And if given a second chance, I would like to have the chance to do the Orange Street program. I don't have an excuse for my behavior, and I apologize to my parole officer and to the board and to myself. Thank you.
So what were you doing as you absconded? Where were you going? Where were you staying?
Karen asked me to be in her office at 10 o'clock after they did the 72-hour hold, and I did not show up. I had oral surgery I had to go to. I was not ready to go to Orange Street, and I called her, I texted her, and she had contacted my mom, and my mom said she hadn't seen me. And as far as my mom goes, we are getting along. We are doing well now. She just wants what's best for me, and Karen had contacted her and they couldn't find me. I had somebody steal my phone and I did not show up to her office. I don't have an excuse for not being there. And I really wish I would have, because I would have been a lot further right now than I am right now. And I'm learning my lesson. I am working with commissary. I do have a job opportunity at home, and I also have work at Orange Street. I'm able to go back to the Salt Palace and work through Elwood. I do have a high school diploma, and I do have some college. So, and I'm working right now. So, and I'm doing my CBT as we speak on the tablet. So I do have things going for me and some family support. So if given the opportunity, I will sure take that on and complete. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Was there drug use on this parole?
She did get dirty UAs. Yes, sir.
What were you using?
I was smoking.
Smoking.
I made some mistakes, sir, and I took responsibility for that.
All right, but what were you smoking?
Pardon me?
What drugs were you smoking?
I was tested positive for methamphetamine, sir.
Okay. And so you were smoking meth while you were on parole?
I shouldn't have been, but I was, yes.
Okay, thank you. How's your mental health currently?
I'm actually doing really good. I'm going to some yoga. I'm working at commissary. I work from 7 to 3, Monday through Friday. I talked to my boss yesterday. She said I'm doing a great job. I'm on time, I'm doing well in my unit as well. And I've had no write-ups and no problems here at all, sir.
Awesome. Have you ever been treated for any mental health issues in the past?
No, sir.
Okay. And then are there any physical health issues that the board needs to be aware of?
No, sir, not at this time.
All right. How would you feel about a termination? What is that? I mean, if the board were to order you to serve some additional time and then to terminate, what is that? Does that frighten you? Does that excite you?
I would really rather go to a program and get right back to work. I'm willing to try to comply and complete this time. And like Karen said, I have the potential to do it. I'm willing to do this. I don't think that I would like to sit here and waste your time or the prison's time. I would rather be out there trying to progress in my life. If that is a possibility, sir. I'd like to be given one more chance. I'm going to give my best to do that.
All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, you've answered all my questions. Is there anything else you want the board to be aware of?
I just apologize for my behavior, sir, and I made a mistake, and if given a second chance, I'll try not to, screw it up.
Okay. I mean,
Okay,
it's a 7th chance overall, just to be clear, and a 3rd
Okay.
chance on this parole.
okay. Yeah, life's rough sometimes.
Certainly,
So-
definitely. I get it. I
Okay.
understand. There's a lot that you're overcoming, yeah, okay. All right, so I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, they'll make their final decision. Once they reach their decision, they'll post it online and they'll send you a letter in the mail. So you're
Okay.
able to learn by waiting for that letter to get to you or talking to people who can look it up online.
All
Okay?
right, Mike, thank you. All right.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, Karen. All right, you guys have a nice day.
You too, thank you.
Good luck,
Thank
Bridget.
Hey, thanks, Katie. Appreciate you.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Brian Davidson. Mr. Davidson, your offender number is 162590, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. Online, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Arnold from APMP. Mr. Davidson, Agent Arnold, I need to swear both of you in for this hearing. If I could have you each please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir. Oh.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks, Mr. Davidson. And Mr. Davidson, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
All right, very good. All right, I'll note for the record that Mr. Davidson is facing felony charges in 2 cases, a case ending in 2291 and one case ending in 2071. Looks like at least the 2071 are related to the allegations. There are 5 allegations. How are we handling those today, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, we'd asked to enter denials at this time and make a motion to continue for 60 days while he works on resolving his cases, and then he'll write the board a letter when he's resolved with all pending charges, including those alleged and not alleged.
Okay, thank you. I'll note the denials. I do find probable cause to continue the hearing. Agent Arnold, any issues with that?
No issues. Just be advised that the current case, the one ending in 2291, I've gone back and has not been alleged. It's unbeknownst to me of that allegation. So I'll pull the reports and just plan on us being able to send an amended report concerning those allegations of criminal conduct. So
Perfect. That's what I was going to ask, is if we could get those updated. So,
Can I request something from Mike Arnold? Would you please check in with Alpha? Because I was waiting for I was on the waiting list for my treatment. And they'll be able to let you know that I was just on the waiting list for to start my treatment.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
all right. So, Mr. Davidson, I'm sure as your attorney mentioned, we can't handle this matter today because of the pending charges. So once those get resolved, then we'll put you back on the right calendar. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So
You
we'll
guys have a good
set
day.
Mr. Davidson.
this for a paper review in 60 days. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
okay. Thanks.
On record.
I think I heard him say on the record.
Yes.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Michael McKendrick, offender number 153686. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Isbell. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. McKendrick, Agent Isbell, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Mr. McKendrick, you as well. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. McKendrick, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with Ms. Conyers prior to today?
I did.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Conyers, it looks like there was a pending case that has now been dismissed without prejudice. The state was unable to proceed. How would you like to proceed today?
We're asking to enter denials and strike these allegations. It sounds like there's a stipulation with AP&P to strike them.
Agent Isbell, response?
Yes, we're going to strike all the allegations as they were all criminal in nature.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, recommendations?
Yes, to reinstate his parole. He does have 2 jobs he had 2 jobs and thinks that is very employable. He was reporting, he was doing everything before he was taken back into custody, and he plans to get back on that train and do a good job.
Okay. Agent Isbell, response, recommendation?
I agree with everything that Ms. Conyers mentioned. Mr. McKendrick always reported as directed. He kept in contact with me. He was always employed. I've spoken to his family. His father indicated that all indications were that he was doing well. The only caveat to that is it appears that his family has kind of reached the end of their rope with the going back and forth into the prison system. And they just wanted to make sure that he understood that this is kind of it for him. He's got to make it this time. Even the appearance of impropriety or violations is going to jeopardize his family's support. But AP&P does support him being released back on parole.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Isbell, what would you like me to know? What's kind of your plan moving forward, I guess, is the big question.
Oh, well, I plan to go back to work for the railroad and save some money and get a vehicle and a home. I have counseling. I actually enjoy that I go to. I was attending that. I was having one-on-ones 3 days a week, and before I went to work, and I actually enjoyed what I was doing. I learned that I could live a positive and successful lifestyle, and I'm pretty determined and focused, and that's what it's going to be.
Okay. Where were you doing treatment at?
Bonneville Family Practice.
Okay. And then do you have an address, or do you need to go to a community center? What's your residential situation look like?
I believe I'm going back to my family's house for now.
Okay.
They were down to talk to my PO, I believe, yesterday or the day before.
Okay. Is that your parents or siblings, or who's that with?
That's my father and my mother.
Okay. And what city do they live in?
Tooele.
All right. Any mental health concerns I need to be aware of?
No, sir.
How's your physical health?
I'm very healthy.
No gang involvement, correct?
Nope.
Sorry, finger's not working. Okay. Anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No, sir.
Ms. Conyers, anything to add?
Nothing, thank you.
Agent Isbell?
Nothing.
Okay. All right, Mr. McKendrick, what I'll do today is I'll note your denials to the allegations. I will prepare a report moving forward. I know you've been through this process, but I'll prepare a report. That report will have those denials to the allegations. It'll also have Ms. Conyers and Agent Isbell's recommendation to strike those allegations and recommend that your parole be reinstated. The board members will review this report. They'll make a decision. With that recommendation, the decision should come pretty quickly. I will get your report routed today. Hopefully that decision will be posted either today or tomorrow. Like I said, it should be pretty quick. You should have an answer on what they want to do. And then we'll go from there, okay?
All right.
All right, anything from anybody?
No.
Okay, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Christian Bolin, offender number 216657. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Anderson, who I believe is your PO. Is that accurate?
I think so.
Okay. Mr. Bolin, Agent Anderson, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bolin, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
I have.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney, Ms. Conyers, prior?
I did.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. How we would like to proceed is that, so actually, I do have a couple questions here. These charges were declined to file and that they were amended to technicals is my understanding. I'm not sure why we haven't had an evidentiary hearing yet. He's been in custody for 13 months. We're going to ask to deny them or continue our denials on these and ask AP&P to strike these allegations.
Agent Anderson, what's your response to striking the allegations?
I'm fine with that.
Ms. Conyers, your recommendation?
So we'd like to reinstate parole. He plans to start out doing a program at Papillon, a treatment program at Papillon, and really working hard to get his act together, to use a phrase that he repeated to me. So that's what he'd like.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
Not at this time, thank you.
Agent Anderson, your response and recommendation?
I'm perfectly fine with that recommendation. I'm new to supervising Mr. Bolin. I just came into my case manager position a couple of weeks ago, but I'm somewhat familiar with him from coming into our facility a few different times, and I would love for him to turn things around for himself and be successful. So everything that's been said, everything that's been recommended, I'm on board with.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Bolin, what's your plan moving forward?
I'm mainly just going to this program. I'm going to try this program out. It's Papillon's Integrated Recovery. What I've mainly done in the past for parole is I've started out at halfway houses, and it's been rough starts. It's a hard place to stay out of trouble, if you know what I mean. It's like going to the tier at night, and so I'm going to try this programming out and hopefully just get it together.
What do you know about Papillon?
It's about a 6-month program, and like the first month is just straight programming for the first month, and then after a month you can seek employment, and you have to. And then if you're in accordance with the program, after 6 months you'll have like a place. There's other things they do too, like, you know what I mean, like there's like vocational stuff that I might want to look into and things like that. So I'm gonna try to tap into all the resources there that they have and make that work.
And do you know that you'll have a bed available, or like where are you at in the process?
Okay, in the process, I've been accepted. I was accepted in like in November of 23. I think I had been accepted by then. But I've had 2 notices of acceptance, and as soon as I have a date, I have to call the director, John Misrossi. As soon as I have a date, he'll get the bed. The bed he'll undergo the rest of the process.
Okay, perfect. I wanted to see if you were that far into it yet, or if you were just, if you were just kind of putting the feelers out, or where you were at. So
yeah.
Any mental health issues I need to be concerned about, or I need to be aware of?
No.
No history of like anxiety, depression, anything like that?
No.
How's your physical health?
Good.
What's your status with the bloods?
I'm modified, if that makes any sense. Yeah, I'm modified. I don't wreck with them. I'm in Dogwood right now, SMU Dogwood, and so I'm on single wrecks right now, and I don't wreck with them anymore.
How long have you been on modified?
I've been modified. I went back active in like November of 23 from
Okay.
November to like December, and they moved me over to Cedar, and it turned out that wasn't gonna work out. So in January, I went modified again.
Okay. All right. What kind of support do you have on the outside?
I mainly just have my sister.
Okay. Where's she at?
She lives in West Jordan.
Okay. So she'll be nearby then.
Yeah.
Looks like you've gotten a few write-ups while you've been in there. Tell me about those.
Okay, so a lot of the write-ups that I had were when I was down the hill in Birch when I went active for a minute. And
Okay.
those things just happen. That's naturally. And if you are going to be active in a prison gang, then those are things that you usually just chalk off as a loss. It's not a big deal usually. You know what I mean? If that's what you're going to decide to do, then that's just what's going to happen. Between January when I went to Max, I ended up pointing back to Max in January, and I was there. I've been in Max since then. I've gotten one BO2. I had a BO2 happen like about a month ago.
Yeah, and it's still pending, so I don't want to. At least according to my report, it's still pending, so I don't want to go too far into that road.
All right.
Okay. Anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No.
Agent Anderson, anything like that?
No.
Ms. Connors, anything like that?
Nope, thank you.
All right, Mr. Bullen, what I'll do today is I'll note your denials, your continued denials to the allegations. I'll note the stipulated motion to strike the allegations and reinstate parole. What'll happen today is I will prepare a report. That report will get routed to the board members with those things that I've previously noted. The board will make a decision. That decision will probably come rather quickly in the next day or two. So if you have contact with friends or family, let them know to keep watching the board's website. And then it'll get routed to you in a short time. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Anything from anybody?
Nope.
Hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Yep.
Bye.
Yep. All right, today's time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Michael Salas, offender number 123099. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Taufa. Can you see to them?
Yes.
Mr. Salas, Agent Taufa, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Salas, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney prior to today?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, what we'd like to do is he will admit to the 2 allegations that we have before us today. I'm sorry, on no contest to both of them. Pardon
No
me.
contest. Your recommendation?
Yes, well, we had an interesting conversation on Monday where he thinks he was set up a bit. However, he does have his apartment set up. He's, let me back up. He has an apartment set up, but he's hoping not for a parole, but for a termination. He didn't do great on parole, and he doesn't think there's any point in stabilizing at this time. So he's asking for a termination. And part of that reason is because he doesn't have any family in Utah. He doesn't have a really good support system. So he plans to move to Vegas, where he does have that support system. And he doesn't plan to do so through interstate. He plans to do that just by terminating here in custody and then heading to Vegas afterwards. He expires in August of 2026.
All right, anything else you'd like to add?
That's it for now.
Agent Tao, for your response and recommendation?
I mean, it's his first parole, so we just recommended the 60 days.
And then another parole?
As for now, yeah.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
That's it.
All right, Mr. Salas, I've heard from everybody but you, obviously, but what would you like me to know? What led to these violations, and then we'll work our way forward.
There's a lot of things I would like to let you know. First of all, I did a long time on parole, and I was doing extremely well. I got to the point where I completed inpatient treatment through Odyssey House without no issues. Went to sober living, finished that to my place of my own apartment in Midvale. Was assistant general manager for almost 10 months at Cup Bob. All of a sudden, I ended up at Fortitude because I had a little mishap with my roommate, and then everything went downhill from there. My job didn't want to hold on to me, and it seemed like I couldn't filter back out of there to try to enough to just show that, hey, I can do this, so I can complete my parole and move back to Vegas where my wife and kids are at. I can't go there through interstate compact because of the home association she's through. These charges, why me being on probation or parole, they're drug charges. So that's one of the rules there to know. But if I go there with no parole, I can stay there. She's not on housing or anything like that. It's just a private home association stuff she's in. So altogether, when July 14th hits, I have been on parole, or altogether 38 months without no problems. I completed everything the original parole set me out to do when I got released on 11/29/22 by October of 2023. And the main thing I want to make sure the board understands here, and I know that's in everybody's head. Never once, nor did I ever commit new charges going against the community. All this was hurting myself when I was in Fortitude.
So what exactly led to going to Fortitude?
Me and my roommate had a disagreement, and I don't know exactly everything. All I know is he contacted my PO and let her know that I've been up to Windover a couple times, and my PO seen that through my phone when I went to go check in. Proof of me being up there. I'm not gonna lie to you about that. I did go up to Wendover 3 different occasions, and every time I went up there, I did sports gambling, betting stuff.
And when you went to
But I wasn't-
Wendover, you didn't have your agent's permission to leave the state, is what I'm assuming.
No, I'm not gonna lie. No, I didn't. But I think part of Wendover is in Utah. My motel room was in Utah, but not the casino part.
Casino's not in Utah.
No,
So prior to this though, I mean, you were out almost 2 years, right?
yes, sir.
And so you were holding a job, you said, was a manager at Cut Bob?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And then were you living on your own or out of the
Yeah.
sober living?
Wow. Okay, let's backtrack a little bit.
Okay.
So when I got released on 11/29, it took me 4 months to complete Odyssey House.
Okay.
So I don't know the exact date. I think it was in March, at the end of March, that I went to sober living in Midvale.
Okay.
It's called Collective Recovery. And I was there all the way until August 1st is when I was allowed to move into my apartment in Midvale, which is down the street from the sober living house.
Okay.
It's called Park Station Apartments. And I had a roommate there, so I had to get put on the leash and stuff.
Okay.
And we made it all the way until I got arrested by my PO January 12th. She was fixing to ask the board to let me go, and I would have probably been let go by April. There hadn't been no incidents. If you look on my report, no incidents, nothing of concern to her or anything. Until my roommate exposed me.
Okay, so obviously you'd like a termination. If the board doesn't want to do a termination and wants to parole you again, are you willing to sign a new parole agreement? And I just asked that question just so we all know up front, right? I mean, because that's, the board's either gonna do a termination or parole you, but if you don't want a parole agreement, if you're not willing to sign a new parole agreement, then, you know.
Yeah, well, I ain't gonna have no choice. So if you're concerned if I'm gonna run, no, I'm gonna have to just deal with it.
No, I just bring that up so that if the board says we want to parole you and you're presented with a parole agreement, are you gonna sign it or are you gonna say, no, I don't want to sign it, I want another hearing?
I will sign it.
Okay. Any mental
At
health?
at that point, I would ask not to be placed back at Fortitude.
Okay. Would you have address to go to? Can you go back to your apartment or do you have an address to go to?
No, they made sure I lost my apartment see, here's the problem with the stabilization thing. For me to even get another apartment, I had to pay back Park Station Apartments almost $1,875. Then I'm gonna have to save up to try to get into another apartment. So I'm thinking that's gonna take me if I'm decide not to help my family in Las Vegas, which I do a little bit. It's gonna take me at least, I'm thinking 8 to 10 months.
Okay.
So by then I only have 22 months right now left of parole to
Right. Expire.
whatever, expire.
Yeah.
So let's just say 10 months. So I'll be down to 12 months left.
Okay. Any mental health issues I need to be aware of?
No,
And how's your physical health?
it's okay. Just recovering from a knee surgery.
Okay. When was that?
Oh, that was back in November. I'm getting better.
Okay.
I'm starting to move more
About a
better.
year ago.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your status with strenuous?
I don't understand what you mean.
Are you still active member?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No.
Okay. Agent Taufa, anything you'd like to add?
Just a recommendation I had for the 68. That was it.
All right, Ms. Conyers?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Salas, what'll happen from here is I'll write a report with the recommendations from your attorney as well as from the state. That report will be routed to the board members. They'll review it and make a decision on what they want to have happen moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that notice to work its way to you. So if you have contact with your wife or anybody else on the outside, you can let them know to start checking the board's website next week. bop.utah.gov. The decision will be posted there before it's routed to you in the mail. So if they're watching that website, then they can tell you in a phone call or however you guys communicate and let you know what the decision was.
May I ask two questions real quick? Did
Yes,
you
sir.
guys receive the letter from my wife? It should have been to you guys a couple of weeks ago.
Let me look. I think I read so many letters over the last couple of days. I don't want to say for sure, but I think so. Let me just verify. Yes, we did. Yep.
I just want to make sure so they see that too. And then I forgot the other question, but okay, so just wait for a couple of weeks. Oh, by the 14th it would hit 90 days. So I'm past my 60 days mark. So
Right.
usually your first violation is 60 days.
It's typically that's kind of the guideline, but that's just a guideline. I mean, logistically, it's pretty hard to get in and get a hearing and then get released in 60 days. So, if the board goes with that, it would be as soon as possible, which might be another 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Yeah. So, good question though. Anything else?
No.
All right. Ms. Conyers, anything to add?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Agent Taufa?
That's it.
All right, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Shane Evans, offender number 228745. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see Agent Roberts as well as your attorney, Ms. Conyers. Can you see each of them?
Uh-huh.
All right. Mr. Evans, Agent Roberts, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Mr. Evans,
Yeah.
do you swear to tell the truth?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Evans, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Uh-huh. It was like 4 days, but
About 4 days?
4 days.
So you have a right to at least 7 days notice of today's hearing. You can waive that and we can proceed, or you can ask for a continuance.
We can proceed.
Okay. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah.
Have you had an opportunity to review that information?
Uh-huh.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with Ms. Conyers prior to today?
Yeah.
Are you ready? You're ready to proceed then today?
Yep.
All right. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, we're hoping that number one would be amended to a technical, and if so, he will say no contest. And then it's the same thing as number two, so we'd ask to strike number two.
Agent Roberts, your response to, I believe in the report, it says you were going to treat them as technicals. Is that still the plan? Treat one as a technical?
Yes.
And then what's your response to striking allegation two?
We were just asking, I'm pretty new with his case, but I think we're asking 60 days with time served.
Okay.
That's what we were going to ask for too. And agent, the question is, they're listed right now as two separate allegations, but really when it comes down to it, it's using buprenorphine at the facility. So it seemed like we only needed one allegation rather than two. So we were asking to strike the second allegation. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Conyers, your recommendation?
Same thing, 60 days credit for time served, which is he's beyond the 60 days now, and another opportunity at parole. He believes his address has been approved where he would live with his girlfriend in Salt Lake City. He has work lined up. He, interestingly, makes movies. After he is completed with his parole and he terminates on the outside, which he has every faith that he can do on this next parole, he plans to move to LA, presumably to continue working on movies. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you. Agent Roberts, your recommendation was 60 days. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And then you're recommending another parole?
Yes.
Okay. And that 60 days, is that credit for time served?
Yes, sir.
What else would you like me to know, Agent Roberts?
That's it for me.
All right, Mr. Evans, I've heard from everybody but you. So just prior to the hearing, I received a letter from your family. I don't know if that's been disclosed to you. Have you seen that yet?
No, I don't have any family members. I don't know who that was. Yeah, I don't know them.
So it says it's from your mother and aunts.
Yeah, I don't talk to them. They shouldn't be writing. I don't know my aunt or mom.
Okay.
Very good.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna read it to you since we've received it because I want you to be aware of it.
Yeah, I read it, but I don't know them, so.
Oh, so you did receive it then?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't talk to them, so I don't know why they're writing. They're weird.
What would you like me to know, Mr. Evans? Let's talk about the violation. What happened there?
I was supposed to get on Suboxone, but I was waiting for a doctor's appointment. That's all. Just a little thing. It was supposed to be 3 days in jail, but I don't know how it changed. That was what my paperwork said. So I don't even know what I'm doing here.
I think maybe he thought it was going to be a RIM violation and then it ended up being something more. And sir, it's probably because originally they were maybe looking into charging you criminally, but I see now that that's not the case. Anyway, just guessing. Just guessing.
You had an appointment to get on Suboxone in the future and you just didn't wait. Did you find some on center or where did you run into it?
What, the place?
At the halfway house?
Yeah.
Okay. How long had you been out?
A couple weeks.
Weeks.
1 week, yeah.
So was it given to you by another resident or was it?
Yeah, I think so, but it was just I think it just ended up in water, a piece of water I had, but I was waiting for my doctor.
Okay. Any other drug or alcohol use while you were out?
Nope.
Any gang involvement?
No.
Any mental health concerns? Any history of like anxiety, depression, anything there?
No.
Okay.
Over it.
I do show you listed as a mental health level C. You've never had any prior diagnosis?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Good.
Not on any medications for anything?
No.
You're able to get to and from work or wherever you need to?
Yeah. Yeah, all the stuff.
So then what's your plan moving forward? Ms. Conyers had stated, live with your girlfriend in Salt Lake. Is that still the plan?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. What else, what is the rest of your?
Maybe finish whatever's and move maybe from Salt Lake or stay.
Okay. Would you ever say compact or, because you've got a little bit of time before you expire?
Oh, well, okay. Yeah.
You don't expire till 2032.
2032?
Yeah.
From parole?
Yeah.
What do I need to be on parole for? I don't have any. I was almost out of there at the halfway house. I had like a day left of halfway house parole.
Well, they weren't going to terminate your parole after a month.
All right. Thanks, man.
So
Appreciate you.
what else would you like me to know? Anything else you'd like me to know? Anything we haven't discussed that you want to?
No.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, anything to add?
Nothing, thank you.
Agent Roberts?
No, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Connors.
Thank you. Good
All
luck
right.
with this thing.
Thank you.
No, hang tight. We're not quite done yet, Mr. Evans. We're almost there.
All
What I'm
right.
gonna do today is I'll accept your no contest plea to allegation 1 amended to a technical violation. I'll note your denial to allegation 2 and recommend that it be dismissed per stipulation. This is your first violation, correct?
Uh-huh.
So let me tell you what's gonna happen. I'm gonna write a report. That report will include Agent Roberts' recommendation as well as Ms. Conyers' recommendation. The board members will then review it and make a decision on what they expect moving forward. Once they reach their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that notice to work its way to you. So if you have contact with your girlfriend or anybody else on the outside, you can let them know to watch the board's website. And the decision should be posted there hopefully by the end of next week. And then they can let you know what it was so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
All right.
All right, anything from anybody? All right, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, man.
All right, today's time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Joseph DiAntonio, offender number 249828. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Roberts. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. DiAntonio, I'll be taking some testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
All right, thank you. I'll note for the record, Agent Roberts has previously been placed under oath and remains under the same obligation. And Mr. DiAntonio, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yeah, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes,
Have you had a chance to review that information?
I have.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney prior to today?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yeah.
Ms. Conyers, how'd you like to proceed? Sorry, you're on mute.
We have two allegations here, and they involve him testing positive for methamphetamine and as a result getting kicked out of Fortitude. He is going to plead no contest to these two allegations, but with the understanding he is taking responsibility, but he denies the use, hence the no contest. He had a full-time job. He was about to graduate from Fortitude. He had that sample retested and it came back negative. However, he does not want an evidentiary hearing. He will take responsibility so that he can move on with his life. And I'll just note now that a lot has happened while he's been in. His girlfriend's baby died. His grandfather died. Life is real, and it's been happening while he's been in custody, and he's not willing to wait to see what happens here. So hence the taking responsibility and hoping that he'll get released as soon as possible so he can get back into custody. I'll give more information in a moment.
Okay. Your recommendation, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, we're asking for 60 days. He's past that point, but 60 days and another parole. He doesn't have issues with drugs. He did the program. He had started aftercare. His real issue, however, seems to be with his prior involvement with gangs. He's not involved in gangs anymore. He's done what he needs to do, including the tattoo removal and some other things to separate himself from gangs. What he's looking forward to doing is he's done with that and looking forward to being on his street on his own without this gang involvement and moving forward without those ties and those connections. He's fortunate to have a lot of people on his side, including his dad. He has an address and to go live with his dad in West Valley City. He'll be driving truck for PEX Piping. He only has 3 more credits before he graduates. Like I said, super supportive family, including his dad and other family members. I think some of his people wrote a letter to the board to demonstrate their support of Joseph. So he's hoping for this opportunity as soon as possible.
Right.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Agent Roberts, your response recommendation?
I just believe that, from what I understand, the test that came back, that was tested at Beech Tree, came back positive. And so we're just asking 60 days time served, and then if he gets considered for another parole, that he enters a residential substance treatment program.
Anything else like that?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. DiAntonio, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Let's start with the circumstances surrounding the violations, and then we'll work our way forward. What happened there?
Oh, to be honest, I couldn't tell you what happened with the drug test. I'm telling you right now, I haven't used in 5 years. I've been sober, and I can't tell you if I believe that, yeah, it came back from the place is dirty, right? Because I think something was done to my urine, or he used somebody else's pee. We've had a conflict of interest between me and him since I got there. He got there and he seen me. The first thing he told me that his job was to do is Cat Silas.
Okay.
Yeah, Cat Silas. First thing he told me when he met me was his job was to take me back to prison. And he looked at me and my get down and my history and expected me to fail. Well, I went in there and did flying colors. You know what I mean? Like Kate said, I'm a dropout.
I have nothing here for me anymore, and other than to get stabbed and hurt. I don't want to be here no more. I'm good. I want to live life and go out there, and that's not getting high. And I don't know what happened, but yeah, it came back dirty. But I went and told my job what was going on, and she told me, she's like, my employer, she told me if I could UA right there, and I did, and it passed. I was clean. And so she called Cat Silas, and he told her, well, I can't take that because you're not a state employee or something like that, so it doesn't matter. But I passed my UA then, and I don't have a problem with drugs. I haven't touched a drug in 5 years, or alcohol. I just have, like she said, I have a problem with running around with guns and gangs. Well, I don't do that no more. I'm dropped out, and I've yet to hit the street with the opportunity to show myself. I get thrown in this program, and one day before I'm about to leave, he arrests me for one dirty UA. I was supposed to leave the 16th of July. He arrested me the 15th. And I have a stable address. I have a full-time job. I started school for CDL with Voc Rehab. I got things going, you know, and
So do you have like a medical marijuana card or anything like that?
oh yeah, I do.
Where were you getting your marijuana?
The dispensary.
I mean, you know, it's been known to happen that other things get slipped into marijuana, so I don't know. Hopefully if you're getting it from a dispensary, that's not happening. So you say you dropped out of the Chiques, right?
Yeah.
When did you drop out?
About 8 months ago.
Okay. Was there an
I'm
incident
sad.
that did that, or?
No, I just sick of giving my life to prison and to people that don't care.
Then you're working on getting your tattoos removed, Ms. Conyers said?
Yeah, I've already started. I actually started in the prison, but I don't
Okay.
like that method, so I'm just gonna do laser removal.
Okay. How do they do it in the prison?
They tattoo a chemical in your skin, and it eats the ink away.
Okay. Okay. Are you unmodified and all that kind of stuff then?
Yeah.
Any mental health concerns I need to be aware of?
No.
How's your physical health?
Good.
You're able to hold down a job, get to work, be active, those kinds of things?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then
I have a full-time job waiting for me.
And
If I
that's
could just
driving
get there.
truck?
Yeah.
Okay. And then your plans to live with your dad in West Valley?
Yes, sir.
What else does the future look like for you?
To be honest, I don't know. I'm graduate high school, get the CDL, and just focus on starting a normal life. I've yet to be out and just want these things. I've always been focused on other things, and spend some time with my dad. My dad's getting older. My grandma, she just lost my grandpa. So spend some time with family.
Okay. All right, anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No.
Agent Roberts, anything to add?
No, sir.
Ms. Conyers?
Nope, thank you.
All right, Mr. DiAntonio, what I'll do today is I'll accept your no contest pleas to allegations 1 and 2. With that, I'll recommend your parole date of March 5th, 2024 be revoked. This is your first parole violation, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Let me tell you how things are going to work, just so you're aware. I'll write a report summarizing the conversation that we've had. That report will include Agent Roberts' recommendation as well as Ms. Conyers' recommendation. The board members will review it, and they'll make a decision on what they want to have happen moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that notice to work its way through the mail and get back to you. So if you have contact with friends or family on the outside, you can let them know to start checking the board's website next week. Hopefully sometime next week, the decision will be posted, and then they can let you know what was decided so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, any questions about anything?
No.
Agent Roberts, Ms. Conyers, anything?
Nothing.
All right, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Correct. Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. ENOS GRAYMAN, offender number 176312. Is that you, sir?
Sir.
All right. You may have to slide a little closer. You're a little bit quiet. Mr. GRAYMAN, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent SHILONE. Can you see each of them?
Yes, I can.
All right. We'll be taking testimony from you as well as from Agent SHILONE. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. You can lower your hands. Mr. GRAYMAN, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes. Yes.
Have you had a chance to review that information? Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. He will admit to, so on numbers 1 and 2, he did plead guilty to those charges. So we will admit those. We'll also admit 3, 4, and 6. I will note that 5 appears to be a duplicate of number 3. Number 3 is using alcohol on July 13th, and number 5 is using alcohol on July 13th in violation of a condition. So I'm going to ask APMP to strike one of those. I choose number 5. Otherwise, he'll admit to all the other allegations.
Agent SHILONE, what's your response to dismissing allegation 5?
Yeah, the only differentiation in that is that 1 is a board condition, and that's the number 5 one, and number 3 is a condition of, shall we say, performance on probation, which goes as just a violation. So that's why substance abuse is number 3, or substance use number 3, but both are the same date, and I'm fine with removing number 5.
Okay.
Thank you for the explanation. I appreciate that.
Ms. Conyers, recommendation?
Yes, what we're asking for is 180 days with credit going back to July 13th. He's been in custody about 2.5 months. And another attempt at parole. This would be his 6th parole. He'd like to start that if given the opportunity at a sober living house where they can offer him a good support system. The sober house he was at before had given him a good support system, so he's hoping that he would get that again. He plans to do outpatient substance abuse treatment and do work as a forklift operator. He will also pursue mental health and domestic violence treatment, as he needs to do for his conditions. He also wants to do the PATR program and maybe even voc rehab. He knows that Salt Lake Community College has classes where he can get a heavy equipment license. So that's what he'd like to do. And so he has a lot of good plans, and hopefully will be successful this go around.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Your response and recommendation?
Well, this is Enos's 5th parole, in which he violated, and much the same as the others. He does good for a period of time and then reverts back to just his normal behavior, normal thinking, which is, I can occasionally drink alcohol and it's not a big deal. And eventually that leads to more severe use, and we end up with where we're at. He was convicted on this charge and it was enhanced to a Class A. He's on Class A probation for DUI. I supervised that case as well. Being his 5th parole, I was a little surprised that the only requirement was substance abuse evaluation and recommended treatment, but that also required follow through from Mr. GRAYMAN, which he didn't do. And that is also alleged in one of the violations as well. So I hope that this new parole, and I fully expect that he will parole again, that he'd be required to do either address his anger management issues at some level, be stable on his mental health meds if he's going to take any, and that he just stop drinking. He knows that can't be a part of his life, and he wants to be stable in the community. He can't do it. And our recommendation, or from APMP standpoint, is at least 180 days, and that he be paroled again.
He does have an expiration in 2026, it looks like, for the top end of his charge, which is an aggravated assault charge from 2007. But that's the only case the board has jurisdiction over.
And did you say he's on probation for a prior DUI?
The violation that he committed as part of this offense, he was sentenced on that to Class A probation.
All right, anything else you'd like to add?
Nothing else.
All right, Mr. Grayman, what would you like me to know? Let's start with the violation and then we can work our way forward. What happened with the DUI?
Simple. I was drinking one weekend. I had went across the street and ran into some people that were also drinking out on the street, and an argument ensued, and they were threatening to call the police on me, and they knew I was on parole. So I made the decision. I don't know why, but I just got in my truck and left. I was going to a friend's house, just try to get away, and I got pulled over. They had given the description of my vehicle, and yeah, the cops pulled me not far from the reservation where I was staying at or where this happened. And that's it. I mean, there's no explanation. I don't know why. It's a stupid decision that I made, but I'm here, so I got to live with, you know, the consequences. So, and that's really it. So.
How long have you been out? About a year?
Yes. Matter of fact, I came back to the Utah State Prison the exact day that I paroled. So from July 25th to July 25th. I was out, but I think I was in the county jail for about 2 weeks before I transported back to Gunnison for RNO. So about a year, pretty close.
So was anything going well before this happened?
Yeah. When I was in Salt Lake, I mean, I have a lot of support with the 7th Street Treatment Center. Is where I graduated or I completed. And I was in the sober living there for a few months. And I mean, a lot was going good for me. The only thing I had there was just kind of like my background started coming up and I guess haunting me a little bit as far as job opportunities went. But I did find work there, and that's something that I really, you know, I want to get going. And like I had stated before, I'm really interested in looking into Salt Lake Community College through Pater and Voc Rehab to get a trade in heavy equipment, because I do forklift now. But yeah, the 7th Street sober community, I'm really tight, close with a lot of them, and a lot of the counselors as well. So, and I have been in contact with them, and they have just, you know, let me know that just as soon as I get a date, just to let them know, and then they'll be able to work me into returning there. I wanted to get into the sober living where I can be around like-minded individuals, and also there they do intensive outpatient 4 days a week. So I'll be doing treatment Monday through Thursday, and random drug tests, and you know, just to keep me straight and to help me succeed is what I want to do ultimately in the end. So
how frequently were you consuming alcohol?
On the weekends.
Pretty much every weekend?
I wouldn't say the majority. Yeah, I guess that'd be pretty accurate to say.
Have you had an issue with alcohol use in the past?
Yeah, I've drank all my life.
Okay.
Well, not all my life, but ever since the teen, you know, I've had substance abuse problems.
When you drink alcohol, does that usually lead to other issues?
A long time ago it did. Anger. That's why I got so many assaults. I was under the influence of alcohol, but I think it just comes with age. I've kind of mellowed out, and just, I mean, it's still there. Like my PO said, there are some anger issues, and, you know, I don't think that'd be a bad idea to, you know, do a little anger management, or, you know, and which stuff like that I was working on at 7th Street, but Why I left, I don't know. A lot of it has to do with, I wanted to be close to my son. I have a 6-year-old son that I'm very much involved in his life and raising. So that plays a big part in it, but.
He's in Southern Utah.
Yeah, St. George. So, but I know that, in order for me to be there in the long run, you know, I got to work on myself and get where I need to be so I can help him.
So did you parole last time to a sober living to 7th Street?
Well, I paroled to the actual inpatient program last year.
Okay. And how long were you there?
60 days.
And then where did you go after that?
I went to the sober living. I transferred to the sober living.
So when did the alcohol use started? Did that start when you went back to St. George, or were you drinking while you were in the sober living home?
I actually left the sober living and I got drunk, and then I went back to St. George, and then St. George just kind of started up again. So
while
I had
you
trouble
were,
finding.
sorry.
Sorry. I just had trouble, you know, finding employment. Really, like my background starting to come out, and it's never really been a problem before. So, you know, I just started drinking, I guess, as a way to cope with it. But because I didn't really have support like I did in Salt Lake, you know, I didn't have nobody to turn to. So
while you were in the program and then sober living, you were sober during that time?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What's your status with Florencia?
I am I'm no longer involved in any gangs. I'm an SL4. I'm here in Wasatch County Jail, which is an SL4 county jail. So
yeah,
I'm no longer.
You've modified then?
Yeah, so I'm not an active gang member no longer.
How long ago did you modify?
I want to say 2019.
Yeah,
I think
so-
they still have me as active when I came through the prison in
Okay.
RNO. But it's wrong. I don't think they have it entered into the computer correctly, because I had to remind them, because they had me as an active gang member. So
Okay. Any mental health concerns I need to be aware of?
no, sir.
How's your physical health?
I'm overweight, but you know, other than that, I think I'm pretty. I had high blood pressure coming in, but I think that was just due because I was drunk or drinking. But I mean, I've no other health problems besides just the weight.
Okay, so you're able to hold a job, get to where you need to go. You don't have any physical limitations that stop you from being able to do those kinds of things?
No.
Okay. So then it sounds like your plan then would be sober living, work with 7th Street. To 7th Street, will they do the domestic violence and the mental health assessment?
No, but I could. I mean, like I said, the intensive outpatient program that they start with, it's 4 days a week from 6 to 8 o'clock at night, or no, it might be 5:30 to 8. And then, I mean, from the open during the days, I could go out and get evaluations or find employment.
Okay.
So they work it around so you can, you know, function and do what you need to do, and then come to class. So
okay. All right. Was there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
that's really it. I mean, I just, you know, I want another shot at parole, and this time I do intend to stay in the Salt Lake area and get established, you know, with what job skill I have, and maybe, you know, expand on that, and in the end bring my son up with me to Salt Lake. So hopefully it'll work out.
Well, Agent Shalene, anything you'd like to add?
No, I'm look forward to seeing Enos make the changes that he needs to and be a productive member of society, especially for his son. He knows, and they have a great relationship. His son looks up to him a lot. Enos feels, I know that Enos feels like he let him down on this one go around. And he knows that. So I think he needs to be the dad that his son wants him to be and needs him to be. I'm glad to hear that Enos wants to to do this for himself and not his son. Although that is a great reason for someone to become sober and want that, until they do it for themselves, they can't ever do it for someone else.
Right.
Because things will always change, but they can't ever change themselves unless it's deep down and they are willing to make the effort and sometimes take the hard road to do it. So I applaud him for that. Look forward to seeing him successful, wherever that is, whether that's down here or up there. He's just got to take care of his demons and deal with them head on.
Thank you. Ms. Conyers, anything to add?
Nothing, thank you.
All right, Mr. Grayman, I'll accept your admissions allegations 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, taking judicial notice of your new conviction. I'll note your denial to allegation 5 and recommend that it be dismissed per stipulated motion. With that, I'll recommend your parole date of June 25th, 2023 be revoked. You've been through this process plenty of times, so you know what to expect. I'm going to write a report. That report will include AP&P's recommendation as well as your attorney's recommendation. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision on what they expect moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written notice from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that notice to work its way to you. So you can let your friends or family on the outside know that the board should post that decision on their website sometime next week. And your family can check the website and then let you know it was decided so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay.
Anything from anybody? All right, hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is the time and place set for a parole violation dispositional hearing for Kimberly Fernandez, offender number 146592. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Tebben, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
I have. Yes, thank you.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
I have, yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So before we start, I just wanted to take note of a couple things. It looks like you did have a parole violation hearing previously where the board found probable cause to continue the hearing pending adjudication of a pending case that was associated with the allegations. That case number was 2319-10136, attempted possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. It was filed as a first-degree felony, amended to a third. That was attached to allegation 7 on the warrant. Possession with intent to distribute controlled substance, first-degree felony attached to allegation number 8 was dismissed with prejudice. Possession of a dangerous weapon by restricted, second-degree felony attached to allegation 6 was dismissed with prejudice. And false personal info with intent to be another actual person attached to allegation 9 was dismissed with prejudice as well. In regards to that first charge, you did receive a 0 to 5 year prison sentence, which was suspended on August 23rd, 2024. So currently we do have those 9 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is she willing to waive formal reading of the allegation?
She will waive formal reading of the allegations. She will admit 1 through 4. 5 through 9 are about these allegations you just discussed. As you said, she pled guilty to allegation number 7. We'd like to amend it to an attempted possession with intent to distribute, and then strike 5, 6, 8, and 9 as they were either not filed or dismissed for plea.
Okay. Agent Tevin, are you okay with amending allegation 7 to an attempted?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you think about allegations 5, 6, 8, and 9?
They were dismissed.
Okay, so do you want to do the same?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So ma'am, based off of your admissions to allegations 1 through 4 and number 7, which was amended to attempted, and that new conviction, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your April 4th, 2023 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Yes, thank you. She's been in custody for quite some time, and she's asking for an immediate release and another attempt at parole. She would start at a sober living place. She believes she's been admitted back to the Liberty Recovery for outpatient, so has some really good plans to get back on her feet if granted another parole. She did also make very good use of her time in custody by completing quite a bit of classes. We had a good conversation on Monday, and Ms. Fernandez recognizes she is a 50-year-old woman. She really needs to change her behavior. Previously, she had been forced into programs and felt like because she was forced into those instead of taking the initiative or doing them herself voluntarily, that she wasn't applying the concepts and the everything she learned to her life. However, this time she took her own initiative to take some classes in custody and apply those principles that she learned to her life, and she plans to do so going forward so that she can really make that change that she recognizes she needs to. So she is hoping for that opportunity to show the board that she can do that.
Okay, thank you. Agent Tevin, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, Ms. Fernandez did successfully complete Liberty, the residential part. However, it's when she stepped down to the partial hospitalization program, she was missing classes, she was missing UAs, and then she reached out to them and says, I don't know how to make this work. And then the next thing you know, she was at sober living while attending that, and the house director ran into her there when she was gathering her stuff. They did a 3-way call with me. Ms. Fernandez did admit to relapsing. I told her to come and report in, and I'd be more than happy to work with her. Well, she failed to do so, and then she picked up these new charges. And the thing that's really concerning with adult probation and parole is she's currently on for possession with intent times 3. And so it's kind of the same pattern of behavior, and that's what's most concerning. I'm really glad that she's taken initiative to enter into classes while in custody, but it's when you hit the streets that the struggle's real, because then you're pulling employment, you're pulling treatment, you're pulling checking in, and I think she just got way overwhelmed and went back to what she knows. Therefore, APMP is recommending 180 days, no credit for time served, and to be released to Orange Street to complete the program, go down to stabilization, and go out from there.
Okay. Great, thank you. Okay, Ms. Fernandez, I do have some questions for you. So let's go through these allegations. So number 1 is failure to report. 2 is changing residence without approval from APMP, and number 3 is absconding. So what was going on there? Why did you abscond?
Once I relapse, I have like a fear of facing anybody who's in sobriety or my APNP agent, I have a fear of it. And Ms. Tubbins did offer me some help, and I believe that she would have helped me if I would have accepted that. I just was scared. And I don't know, I didn't have a strong sense of taking good care of myself at the point when I started using. And going into the office, I was in fear of being incarcerated. So I didn't want to return to jail at that point, and I did end up running into the streets and picking up old behaviors. And I do realize that my old behavior, you know, I haven't been concerned or responsible because I just don't, I don't tend to see how it affects myself, my community, or my loved ones. I've been very selfish in how I've lived, and I haven't had a real desire to do the programs. When people tell me, oh, you have to do the program, I'll do these programs. I'll be in a substance abuse program. And just like Ms. Stebbins says, when I get out, I don't have no tools to go with me because I really just did it because somebody told me to do it. This time I've taken these classes, I have actually done my work. I have actually applied myself to doing this work. I mean, anytime that somebody's telling me, oh, you have to do these programs, you're telling me I have a problem. I don't see that I have a problem. Now I'm looking at myself like this is enough is enough. I have this problem. I want to fix it. And I'm trying to, you know, and when I did my MRT, this is my 4th time taking the class, my 1st time really doing it. I actually looked at the situation for what it is. I'm 50 years old and I'm going nowhere, and I'm tired of it. So I do want another chance at parole, but I feel like an inpatient program is not what helps me, because when I'm forced into doing something that I don't feel as beneficial to me, I have no experience on living on the outside doing the right thing. I mean, you have to do the right thing when you're in a program. And I don't feel like that's been helpful for me.
Well, the problem I see is looked back over your history. You've had a total of 5 paroles. The first one, you were violated for failing to report and new criminal allegations. Number 2, absconding. Number 3, absconding. Number 4, absconding. Number 5, absconding. And now this new
Okay,
felony.
I don't
conviction.
understand
I'm
5
not done
paroles.
yet.
I'm
So
sorry.
you picked up an additional 135 days toll time, which was added to your sentence. It's like 4.5 months. So kind of, I don't know, because doing it this way, your last parole mirrored kind of what happened this parole. So I think something needs to be done if the board will release you. So what would be different?
Like I said, I'm actually wanting to do my treatment this time. And I have completed several inpatient programs, and as soon as I get out, I relapse. And it's always because somebody tells me I have to. It's not like anybody's giving me a chance to say, okay, let's have her do this outpatient program because she wants to do it. You know, they have me do this inpatient program that I feel like is not beneficial because it's not teaching me how to live life on the streets. I mean, it's honestly, you're being taught how to live in that program. I have never honestly been outside of a program where I've been able to do it. And I tried to look at myself as what I've been doing wrong all of this time. And it's always because I didn't take any of that in. I didn't. I just did it because I was supposed to. And I apologize for interrupting. I just wasn't understanding the 5 paroles because this is my 2nd parole violation.
5 in your entire career.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying now.
Yeah, you've had 2 of 5. So this is your 2nd parole, this commitment, 5 total. And so I was just looking back over your history, and it looks really kind of the same. So if you were able to choose, you want to do outpatient?
That is correct. I mean, like I said, most of the time that I'm being told to do a program, I wasn't able to see that I had a problem. I always thought my drug use was no big deal, you know, and I come to the conclusion that, you know, it's my behaviors that need to change. My behaviors before I even use drugs were the same. So it's not my drug use. I'm not dysfunctional because I use drugs. I'm dysfunctional. That's why I've been using drugs. And I need to change my behaviors. Sitting in a treatment program, being told all my triggers for drug use is not helping me to change my behavior. You know, it's me looking.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, it's me looking at what I've been doing wrong and doing the opposite, or me looking at what I'm doing wrong and considering how I'm affecting myself and considering how I am affecting my loved ones. I haven't had a chance to do that. This is my first time, like in my time, just like you said, my career. I don't want to think of it like that, but this is the first time in my life that I've ever actually sat back and said, I have the problem, without somebody telling me I had a problem. I had never really looked at it as me having a problem, because I've always thought, oh, I managed myself pretty well. But now I see that this is being a problem for me and I want to change it.
Were
But
you?
I don't yes, ma'am.
Weren't you in IOP on this last parole after you did residential?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
So I'm listening to what you're saying and writing notes, and you said you haven't had the chance to do IOP, but it looks like
Okay, what I'm saying is I get in these programs and I sit there and all they're focusing on is my drug use. I need to focus on my behavior change.
So
And
what
now that I am, okay, go ahead.
What IOP do you want to go to?
So I was in Liberty Addiction Recovery PHP/IOP, and I would like to return there. I've been in contact with Jeremy, and
you just said it didn't work for you. So
I said me going into the programs
and
sitting there and them having me, and I didn't really see myself as having a problem, ma'am. I felt like I was doing it because you guys are asking me to do it. Now I'm looking at my life and seeing that it's a problem. I do need help, but I don't feel like me sitting in a program for 30, 60, 90 days is going to help me realize that. I realize it myself now. And I think that IOP will be more beneficial because I can learn how to live life with that kind of programming. Because sitting in a program and then graduating, I didn't learn anything about life. I learned what my triggers were. And I don't need that. I already know what my triggers are. They're romance, finance, loneliness, and boredom. I know that. I mean, it's not like I need to go and reiterate that with the same concept. It's not going to change. I would like help, but not in a setting where it's just taking up more time to learn the stuff that I already do know. I just haven't applied it to my life because I didn't feel like I needed to at that point.
Okay, so let's look at this new conviction. It was amended. APMP agreed to amend it to a attempted distribute, offer, arranged distribution, controlled substance in July of 2023. What do you want to tell me about that conviction?
I don't understand. What do you want me to tell?
Well, okay, here. Let's see. It says on July 27th, the SBI agent served a search warrant at an address where you were located, took you into custody. At that time, you gave a false name to law enforcement when they were trying to confirm your identity. They were searching the residence where you were staying, located narcotics in various locations. In your person, a safe that you said you had access to were large amounts of cash and various bills. Also,
I did not say I had access to
handgun,
that.
more narcotics, fentanyl was located in the residence, 34 grams of fentanyl, 30 grams of crack cocaine, narcotics, paraphernalia, and the cash. So the board would probably like to hear what your view of that charges. Is that correct? Do you?
Not all of that
anything you
is
wanna
correct.
add?
Yes, I was in a home. I did give false information. I did have some crack cocaine on me. That was I dropped in the closet that they found me in. None of the purses or safes were mine, and none of the residents did not belong to me. So all of that stuff was not mine. But yes, ma'am, I did have some crack cocaine, and I dropped it in the closet, and I took the charge for it.
Okay. Okay, so after this conviction and the two attempted paroles on this latest commitment offense, Looks like you now with the toll time added have October 3rd, 2035 expiration date. So I know you've talked a lot about really wanting to go headfirst into treatment. Do you think why do you think the board should trust you to do treatment on the outside, considering your past history?
Because I actually want to do it myself this time. And I mean, I don't understand the concept of making somebody do a treatment program when they don't want to do it. They're not going to get anything out of it. I actually want to do a program this time. I think that I will be able to get some help, an IOP program. Like I said, I've graduated House of Hope. I've graduated the Haven. I've graduated Liberty Addiction Recovery. I've done these programs. They're not going to teach me anything more than I already know. I just didn't apply it because I didn't care to. And that's my fault. I can take total accountability for that. I'm just saying now that I'm seeing my problems and that I'm tired of living this way, that it will help me to be able to get out and have some structure in an IOP setting where I can still live and get help, because I actually want it. When you tell me, oh, you need a program, that doesn't tell me, oh yeah, I'm help because they told me I need it. That doesn't help people. I'm sorry. And I'm just going to be honest, it has not helped me. I've been doing this for several years and I have not felt like I had any help. But now that I feel like I need the help, I think I would be more appropriate for me.
Okay, so you want to go back to the same IOP that didn't work the last time? At Liberty?
That's right, yeah.
And then sober living, are you going to go back to, are you going to do sober living?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the same one. Do you plan on working or anything when you're done with treatment?
Yes, I would like to work and go back to school.
Okay, what type of work do you do?
I don't have a field yet, and then I
Okay.
work in the,
Okay.
I would like to return back to trucking school and get my CDL.
Okay. And then since you've been back in custody, have you reached out to mental health? Have you worked with them at all, or did you not need to?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. And are there any physical limitations that the board should be aware of that might get in the way of you completing parole?
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. I did see that you did do a lot of not a lot, but quite a few classes since you've been back in custody. I see right now you're in MRT. Do you know you're
I graduated MRT already. I have a
you did?
certificate here if you'd like to see it.
No, it's okay. I was just looking in the system. Now, I did see a weird one. Did you complete thinking errors?
Yes, I've cleaned thinking errors, communication, anger management, motivational change, recreation and leisure, MRT, and I've also completed 4 e-skills, learning, contentious relationship, substance abuse, offender corrections course, and a personal responsibility course. So I've completed 9 life skill classes and an MRT class.
Yeah, I saw the thinking errors. They had the dates switched. And so I just wanted to verify that with you. So
I do have all of the certificates if you would like to see them.
oh, you know what? I can pull all of that up in the system. I had the majority of it written down to go into the report for the board. So here's what's going to happen. I'll take the recommendation from your attorney and also the recommendation from Agent Tevin, submit it to the board. I'll also include everything we discussed, how you've had a change in attitude in regards to treatment, and you really want to go headlong into it on an outpatient basis. And we'll see what the board says. In the next 2 to 3 weeks, you should find out what their decision is. It'll come to you either through your caseworker or through inmate mail. And at that time, you'll find out if you did get a release date, when that would be. And if they do order treatment, what kind. So at this time, do you have any questions for me?
No, thank you.
Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck and we'll conclude this hearing. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Brittany Carlton, offender number 250148. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Tevin. Agent Tevin was sworn in for the last hearing, so I just need to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Now, have you had a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I have.
Okay, did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. Currently, we have 3 allegations, but before we start, I do want to take note of a case number 2419080509, assault class A misdemeanor. It's attached to allegation number 1, and property damage destruction attached to allegation number 2. Both of those charges were dismissed without prejudice on September 27th, 2024. So at this time, we do have those 3 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is she willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, she is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. And as to what we need to know is, first of all, I should have checked with the agent here for a moment. So the domestic violence charges were dismissed. So we're hoping that we're entering denials on 1 and 2 and hoping that AP&P will strike them. The retail theft has not been filed, and I'm not sure if it will. So basically, we're entering denials until we have more information, entering denials and asking AP&P to strike all of them, if we could get some more information.
Okay. Agent Tevin, is there an update regarding number 3?
Yes, so I did just check that, and as of now, that is correct. They have not filed.
Okay. So
do you know if they will be? Sorry for the clarification.
okay.
That I don't know, because there's no case number. All I have is a PD number.
Okay, are you willing to strike that allegation?
I am.
Okay. So Agent Tevin, what about allegations 1 and 2? What do you want to do with those?
Those were dismissed. So it's kind of concerning because those are dismissed with, I believe, without prejudice. They were against her boyfriend that she was living with in a car on the side of the road while actively using, and we were trying to help her with getting her into treatment. She was living with her mom and boyfriend in various locations, just in a car on the side of the road. And that's what was very concerning. And that's why with my recommendation, I would recommend that she does stabilization through Orange Street to get her into a place. I know her mom has contacted me, and they currently got a motorhome that they're living in St. George, but still that's not getting her in a stable residence.
Okay. So, Agent Tevin, what do you want to do with 1 or 2? 1 and 2. At this point, it's evidentiary or dismiss.
Well, I doubt he's going to show up, so I would just say dismiss him.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Agent Tevin?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Conyers, is there anything that you want to add?
Yes, with those allegations stricken, we're asking that her parole be reinstated. She plans to go and live with her mom in St. George and work retail at a nearby mall. There, she plans to do treatment. She's been doing treatment via video from LifeSan's Behavioral Health, Domestic Violence and Substance Abuse. She did her evaluation for her dual focus domestic violence substance abuse evaluation. The board should have that evaluation, and she plans to continue that treatment online with LifeSan's. She also plans to do drug testing there as well. She's fortunate in that there may be some scholarships available to her through the Department of Workforce Services. I believe she was raised in foster care, and they have some scholarships specific to foster care for college. So she hopes to go to college to be a dental hygienist. So she's reinstated on parole. It sounds like she has a lot of good plans and some stability with her mom in St. George. So that's her plan.
Okay. So ma'am, we're in a unique situation. We do not have any other allegations to hold against you. So what happens at this point is I'm going to go back to the board and you'll be the first one I do. I'm done at like 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So I'll send it to the board, let them know that all the allegations have been dismissed and we have to reinstate you immediately.
Okay.
I'll be honest, it probably won't happen today,
Okay.
most likely tomorrow.
Okay.
Now, that is if the board agrees. Now, the board could look at these charges that were dismissed in court and say, well, we want an evidentiary hearing and you're not getting out until that's done. But it'll be up to the board.
Okay.
You'll find out though in the next day or so what's going to happen. I am going to submit to the board the recommendation from your attorney and also from Agent Tevin where she wants you to release to Orange Street.
Okay.
We'll see which way they go with that, but it's going to happen rather quickly. So
Okay.
just keep in mind that in the next day or so, you'll find out. And if you are released, I would consider it a gift from the board and please don't waste it.
Of
Okay.
course.
All right, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and I wish you luck.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Thanks, Agent Tevin.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for DARREN ACKMAN, offender number 237108. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
my name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Rutoff, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, I know you haven't had a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers, but you're okay to move forward.
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So currently you have 2 allegations. Before we start, I do want to take note of 2 cases. Case number 241904673, assault 3rd-degree felony on September 30th, 2024. That charge was dismissed without prejudice. It is attached to allegation 1 on your warrant. The other one is case number 241909906, domestic violence assault, 3rd-degree felony. It's attached to allegation 2 on your warrant on October 1st, 2024. That charge was also dismissed without prejudice. So currently we do have 2 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
I didn't talk to him, but I feel safe enough speaking on his behalf, at least for this beginning part, that we will waive reading. And we are asking to enter denials and strike the allegations at this time, as both those cases were dismissed without prejudice, but were not refiled in court. And so we're asking to dismiss those. It sounds like AP&P stipulates to that.
Okay. Agent Rutoff, is that right? You want to dismiss as well? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry about
That's okay.
that. We would agree with that. The state had witness issues, and that was the reason they dismissed.
Okay. All right. So, sir, I am going to submit to the board that both Ms. Conyers and APMP wish to dismiss these two allegations. That leaves us in a kind of a unique situation. We don't have any allegations left to hold you on. So after my hearings today, about 1 o'clock, I'll be done. You're the second one that I'm going to submit, but it will be submitted this afternoon to the board with a request to reinstate you immediately on parole.
Okay.
Okay, so the board can choose to schedule an evidentiary hearing where they'll have you come back for another hearing. If they choose to agree with your attorney and Agent Rutoff, in the next, probably by tomorrow, you'll be released back onto parole if the board agrees. But I will do yours as soon as I get done with my hearings, so it will get over there quickly, okay? All right, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing, and sir, I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Good morning. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Michael Figueroa, offender number 135455. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir. Or
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Sosa, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, have you had a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I did on Monday.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
I did.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So currently, we have 3 allegations. Before we start, I do want to take note of a pending case. It's case number 241701236, burglary of a dwelling. It's attached to allegation number 1 on the warrant. It's a second-degree felony. And assault, Class B misdemeanors, attached to allegation 2. You have a pretrial conference set in court for October 22nd. Like I said, you have 3 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions? And is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he's willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. We'd enter denial on the 3 allegations at this time and make a motion to continue for 90 days because of those pending charges. I did speak with Michael on Monday and let him know that when those charges are resolved completely, that he can write a letter to the board and then we'll put him back on the calendar. That's
Okay,
all.
great. Thank you. Agent Sosa, is there anything that you want to add?
Oh, I'm good with the continuance.
Okay. All right, sir. So what I'm going to do now is stop the hearing. I'll go back to the board, let them know about this pending case and your attorney's recommendation to continue pending adjudication. She is correct. Once this case is done, please send us a letter. It
Okay.
just helps us. We do track it in the office, but you'll be the first one to find out what happens. So it just helps us get you back on the calendar as fast as possible, okay?
Okay.
All right, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and I wish you luck in court. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it.
Yep, have a good day.
You too.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Darren Venable, offender number 142326. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Baker, but before we start, I do need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir. I do.
Okay, thank you. Sir, have you had a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
I haven't personally yet. She just kept putting it off. And then I called her on Friday and she said she hadn't had a chance to look at her computer. So I go to court on Wednesday.
Okay, did you meet with Ms. Conyers on Monday, though, to talk about this hearing?
Yes, I did. I did.
Okay. All right. Did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
I did.
Okay. Just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So before we start, I am going to take note of a pending case, case number 2419-09083, domestic violence aggravated assault. That charge is associated with allegation 1 on the warrant. Assault Class B misdemeanor, unlawful detention Class B misdemeanor, and interfering with a peace officer Class B misdemeanor is attached to allegation 2. You have a preliminary hearing set for October 8th. Currently, we do have 2 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations, and we would enter denials at this time, and we'd ask to continue for 60 days so that he has time to finish his charges. And we did speak, Mr. Venable, if your case gets done, whenever it gets done, whether that's tomorrow or next week or next month, whenever that happens, just write the board a letter and we'll get you back on the calendar. Okay?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you. Agent Baker, is there anything you want to add?
No, I'm in agreement.
Okay. All right, sir. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to stop the hearing now. Go back to the board, let them know about this pending case and that your attorney has recommended a continuance for 60 days so you can get the case taken care of in court. Also, the APMP agrees with that. Your attorney is correct. Once you are done with this case, please send us that letter. We do track it in the office. However, you'll be the first one to find out what happens. So please send us a letter and we'll get you back on this calendar as quickly as possible. Do you have any questions for me at this point?
I do not. Thank you.
Hey, all right. So at this time, I will conclude the hearing. I wish you luck, sir, and have a good day.
All right. How you doing, Mr. Baker?
Good, you?
All right.
Okay, good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Randy LaSalle, offender number 154164. Is that you, sir?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Nunez, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Sir, have you had a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. You currently have 3 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. I do have a motion to strike number 3 as a duplicate of number 2. It's the same language, same date. One says it's a violation of, and the same violation of the condition. I think it's literally just a duplicate. So we'll make a motion to strike number 2. With that, though, he will admit 1 and 2.
Agent Nunez, what do you want to do about number 3?
It's not duplicate, but I'm okay with striking it. It is both pornography. The reason why it's not duplicate because one, my supervisor wanted me to separate the sexual history that we found in his browser versus the thumbnail pictures that we found. So he wanted me to separate those two. That's why it looks similar, but they are separated. But if he's admit to 1 and 2, I'm okay with striking 3. I think 1 and 2 is more egregious than number 3 is.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I do see that now, and I appreciate the explanation.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. Sir, so based off of your admissions to allegations 1 and 2, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your December 20th, 2022 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Yes, and speaking with Mr. LaSalle, what happened here is sadly his mother passed away and he relapsed. And that caused a relapse on pornography, as well as not doing what he needed to do. He has been on parole since 2010. This is his 7th parole, but overall he's been on parole since 2010 and he wants to be done. So he's hoping that he can complete SOTP and then be terminated within 2 years. That's his goal. Parole just isn't working for him. So his first request would be to terminate, do the SOTP program in custody and terminate within 2 years. That's option A. If the board won't terminate him within 2 years, he is seeking another opportunity at parole, starting with a halfway house while he also does SOTP. Once he gets a little stabilized, he does have a place to live with his brother. He is disabled, so he needs to get back on establishing his disability so he can get those resources and that help. Previously, he had been enrolled in therapy and he was doing well and he had kicked his drug habit, so he may need a little bit of aftercare for that, but that shouldn't be a problem. So yeah, termination or after 2 years or another opportunity at parole.
Okay, got it. Agent Agent Nunez, I'll turn it over to you.
We do agree with that. I already talked to my supervisor, and we do believe that he needs to redo SOTP while in custody. That does take a little bit of time while doing it in custody. So if the board wants to terminate him from there, that's fantastic. We do think he is, looking at these pictures and looking at, his history, he was dabbling around, news, also going into CSAM, what's also known as child pornography. Luckily, we did a forensics on his phone and didn't go further than what we found manually. So that's why there was no charges. We did not seek anything further than that, but he was dabbling around, and we do feel like he is a risk to the community. So we still prefer him to do SLTP while incarcerated, even if he gets another chance at parole, and then to go to halfway house from there if the board does not want to terminate from prison.
Okay, got it. Anything else, Agent Nunez?
No, that should be it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir. So it looks like we're dealing with allegations 1 and 2. Number one is failure to report on July 11th. When APMP asked why you didn't show up, you said you forgot. Is there anything that you want to add to that for the board?
No.
Okay. Were you checking in on all the other days, all the other months?
Yes.
So you were out quite a while. You were out 19 months. So was this the only month that you forgot?
Yeah. It had something to do with the 4th of July, the holiday.
Okay.
And I know better, so it's my fault. I know when there's a holiday, you report the next week, and I just forgot.
Okay. All right, and then we'll look at number two. So on July 30th, you left your cell phone in your vehicle when reporting to APMP. APMP had to go get your cell phone when they looked at your internet history. They immediately saw that you were viewing pornography on your cell phone, and there were also some searches that were very disturbing. I'm not going to read those out, but it does have to do with stepchildren, things like that. This is your 7th parole attempt. And so you, like you said before with the checking in, you know better. So why don't you tell me from your point of view, what's going on with that?
With the check-in?
No, with pulling up porn on your phone.
Well, it's the first incident I've ever had with that.
Okay.
Because my parole officers always check my phone, and I've never had an incident before that.
Okay.
And like my attorney was saying, I kicked my drug habit. That wasn't easy.
Okay.
was a
What
hard
was your
one.
drug of choice?
Meth.
Okay.
Well, that was a hard one. So kudos to me. I did do good. I never gave it dirty.
Okay. So it was your first incident where they found anything on your phone. So I know your attorney said that your mom passed. What else was going on to cause you to do this? Because obviously this was your 7th parole, so you know the rules of parole.
Yeah.
So
Just was not in a very good state of mind, very depressed.
okay.
They've got me on meds here that are helping a lot.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask is if you've reached out to mental health. So
I have.
so the medication's helping.
Yes.
Are you talking to them, or did they just give you a prescription?
I talked to them.
Do you?
Yeah, I
Okay.
need to talk.
All right.
See, I wasn't seeking mental health out there. I guess I should have.
And then your attorney and both the APMP, they both sound like they're supportive of you completing SOTP in the prison and then a termination after 2 years. But if not, SOTP in a halfway house. What would you prefer if you were given the option to decide yourself? Which one would you choose?
Terminate. I just need to be done with this.
Okay.
I'm old. I'm crippled.
Okay.
I just want to go home to my brother and live my last maybe 10 years if I have that left.
Okay.
And stop being a knucklehead.
Okay.
A
Now,
lot of it has to do with drugs. I'm going to admit that right there.
a lot of it has
My
to do
parole
with
officer knows me. We've been together for years now, and he
Mhm.
knows I have a serious drug problem.
Okay.
And this time when I was out, I said, I'm not going to go down that road. And I relapsed once, and that was the day my mother passed.
Okay.
And I was honest and told my PO that happened.
Mhm.
So I came to him and told him, and so, and like I said, I haven't given him a dirty. I've been clean.
Okay.
That was a hard thing. Wasn't easy. But I have no desire to go back down that road.
Okay. So I think the thing that's more concerning is this access of pornography. So if the board, of course, I don't know, you've been through this, I don't know which way the board's going to go. If they choose to have you do another parole, how do we know that you're not going to get out and start accessing pornography again, especially child porn?
Because at my age now and where I'm going, the road that I went down, I'm tired of it. I'm done. Like my attorney said, I relapsed one time. I've never had any priors to do with that. I've been on parole for what, 14 years now? Just about.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
October
And
12th.
not one time have I ever gotten a new charge or come back for anything to do with SEX.
Okay.
This is the first time that I've relapsed and had pornography on my phone. And I've had my phone checked by every parole officer I've had. Okay.
All right. So, if the board decides to grant a termination in 2 years, are you willing to complete SOTP inside?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, I completed it before, right? That's on the
Yeah.
record, I'm sure.
Yeah. So, I was kind of looking at your enrollment history, and you've actually enrolled in SOTP related treatment of some kind 9 times. And the last time you completed SOTP that I could see in the system was in 2010. So, yeah, I did see that. I was going to include it, that you've participated several times. All right. So, you did mention that you want to, when released, go to your brother's. Is this in the one in Taylorsville?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if you saw it in the report from APMP. APMP noted that your brother contacted them saying you weren't welcome back. Have things changed?
Yeah.
since then?
He was mad at me, and I don't blame him because
Okay.
he really needed my help. He just had back surgery and I was doing everything, the grocery shopping, paying the bills. So I let him down and he was really mad, you know, he's had time to think about, you know, how much help that I gave him, how much good support we were to each other.
Okay, what other support do you have on the outside?
I have my brother and my daughter and that's it. The rest of the family is all passed.
Okay. Is your daughter here in Utah?
Yes.
And your attorney said that you're disabled, so I take it you'll plan on being on disability or social security. Okay. Is there anything physically going on that you want the board to be aware of? If not, it's fine. I'm just giving you the option.
Physically other than mental?
Yes. Like,
No.
okay. And then I think that's all I have for you. Is there anything else that you want to tell me for me to put into the report?
No.
Okay.
I think
So,
we've covered it all.
all right. So at this point, it's pretty clear cut. It looks like your attorney is recommending that SOTP and a termination. APMP agrees. They in fact said if the board decides to parole you, they still want you to complete sex offender treatment on the inside because they're concerned about the accessing the pornography. So I'm going to submit all that to the board. I'll also submit what we discussed here today and what your preference would be in regards to release, where you agree, you'd rather just be done with it.
Yeah.
And get out in 2 years. So
The only problem there is
Uh-huh.
there's a list this long to get into SOTP. So
Okay, and I'll
we're
include
talking a
that.
while. I don't know
Yeah, and
how that works, but I just know back on my block, I'm hearing from a lot of guys that have been waiting for years to get in there. I didn't know that they're that far backed up.
well, I know when the board orders it, it prioritizes you, but
Oh,
that
okay.
priority list, I don't know.
Yeah.
So I will let them know that you're aware that you brought that up here in the hearing about how long the waiting list is. In the next 7 to 10 days, you'll find out what the board's decision is. Are they going to grant you a release? Or are they going to terminate you after completion of SOTP? So at this time, if you don't have any questions for me, we'll be done. Do you have anything else?
No.
All right. So at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and I wish you luck, sir. Thank you. Thanks, Agent Nunez.
On record. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Christopher Layton, offender number 183-237. Is that you, sir?
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Troy Thompson from APNP on video. Can you see them both?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will be taking testimony from both you and Agent Thompson, so I'll need to place you both under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Layton, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, Kate, Mr. Layton does have one pending case. It's not related to the allegation. It's case number 241403823 for criminal trespass as a Class B misdemeanor. Now, the most recent entry in the court docket was that he was scheduled for arraignment on September 3rd, but it hasn't been updated since then. So, like I said, it doesn't have anything to do with the allegation. With that, do you waive formal reading of the allegation, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations, and we don't have any motions. There's just the one allegation. He will plead no contest to that.
Okay, Mr. Layton, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to plead no contest to this allegation today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, before I accept this plea, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you plead no contest to this allegation today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll accept your no contest plea. Recommend the board revoke your March 28th, 2023 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to give a bit of an explanation first, which is when talking about how he came into to access this pornographic material, he tells me that he was on Facebook and then he got these Facebook ads that showed him some of this stuff and it kind of automatically played some videos. And as he's closing them, more would pop up. He has now deleted his Facebook account, so that shouldn't be a problem going forward. And he understands the kind of dangers with social media and that sort of thing with getting into pornography and knowing that he can't do that during his parole. What he's asking for is 180 days with credit for approximately the 2 months he has served. So about 4 additional months. He recognizes he needs to restabilize, and he plans to do that starting at a halfway house. He'll admit he wasn't doing great last time, and I think that admission will go a long way into helping him be more successful this time. He hopes to get his same job back. He was working for La Bus, cleaning their charter buses. He plans to get back into treatment, and as discussed or implied before, absolutely no social media because of the dangers that presents to him and his situation in perhaps violating again. So it sounds like he has some good plans, and that's all I have right now.
Okay. And you're recommending another parole, correct?
Yes. Sorry, I should have said that. One part, yes, thank you.
Yeah, just making sure. Agent Thompson, what's your recommendation?
Yeah, Mr. Layton did not have a great parole to begin with. He started with violating with substance abuse almost immediately after release from the halfway house. He had prior sexual stimulus material violation as well in late June. And although he did go several weeks of clean testing with his substance use, then I kind of refute his argument about his Facebook page, because the accounts that were linked to the Facebook page that he actually viewed when I searched his phone found that it was the same material over and over and over again that he actually did view on his phone when I searched it. So, which relates to his original crime and his sexual deviancy of teenage girls, which he's sexually interested in. So that is a big concern. I do appreciate the recommendation of no social media accounts that will be given access to. I also wish to amend that as well to no internet access without AP&P's approval, so that we can restrict his internet access to use only for those things that he needs to use on a day-to-day basis, recognizing that we can't just completely eliminate internet use in people's lives in this day and age, because it's so vital to being successful and everything that they do. So no social media, re-enter into treatment, as well as he probably needs to get a substance abuse evaluation and complete substance abuse treatment as well. Because when he did go back to prison, Mr. Layton admitted to me when we arrested him, he goes, I knew I was going back to jail, so I relapsed and used drugs today just to give it one more hurrah before I go back in.
Okay.
So I was willing, I'm willing to work with Mr. Layton, and
I don't mind.
but we're hopefully we can get him successful on the next attempt.
I don't mind.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Layton, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from AT&T. Tell me what happened on this parole.
What
happened on this parole?
What happened?
Yeah, tell me what went good, what went bad.
Well, from what I just heard, Agent Thompson likes to make up stuff, but whatever.
Okay, so what went well?
He did out. He was out to get me from the beginning. So.
Okay. How do you think you did on parole?
Well, I know I wasn't doing stellar, but I was attending therapy like I was supposed to, and as far as I'm really confused about what he's saying about the Facebook stuff, because I didn't even log into my Facebook page hardly ever.
Okay.
So like maybe 3 times since I created that account, and I deleted the account right in his office, right in front of him. So I don't know where he's saying that he found stuff on my Facebook page after that happened when I had deleted the account. As far as I knew, the account was deleted.
Okay.
So
how often did you use controlled substances?
well, I gave him that one dirty.
Okay. And did you use methamphetamine?
Yeah.
Okay. How's your mental health?
I think it's fine, but
Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
just depression.
Do you take any medications?
Not mental health medications, no.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Huh?
How's your physical health?
Been having a few problems.
Okay. Do you want to tell me about those problems?
Well, my legs and feet are numb like most of the time, and there's a lot of pain. But
Do you have neuropathy?
I went to the hospital, they did some MRIs and stuff, but I haven't heard what the results of those are.
Okay.
And now I'm in prison and they won't do anything for me here, so like I don't know.
Do you take medications for that?
Well, they gave me something, but it's not helping.
Do you know what they gave you?
It's like it's like Elavil, but it's not. It's like Tor something. I don't remember the name of it. They withhold it, so I haven't actually seen what it's called.
Okay. Are you doing
like
any?
tortriptyline or something like that.
Okay.
But I've only been on it for like a week and it's not doing a lot of good.
Okay. Are you doing any programming or tablet classes right now?
Well, I've done some stuff on the tablet, a lot of reading and stuff, but I just barely moved the population and I haven't been switched over to the new housing area.
Okay.
As far as the tablet goes, they only do that on like Thursdays and Fridays, so I'll see what happens tomorrow.
Okay. All right. And you want to go to a halfway house?
Yeah,
Is there anything else you would like the board to know?
no,
All right, Mr. Layton, here's what will happen going forward. Is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
all right.
All right, thank you, Mr. Layton. We will conclude this hearing. Thank you, Agent Thompson.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
On record.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for John Morrill, offender number 177-985. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Dan Jorgensen from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Jorgensen, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Morrell, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to speak with counsel?
I did, but I didn't go to it.
Okay. Are you okay with proceeding with this hearing without
Yes, sir.
speaking with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, sir.
All right. With that, Kate, Mr. Morrell did have a pending case. It was case number 2414-01981. In that case, he pled guilty to possession of a controlled substance as a Class A misdemeanor, and possession of drug paraphernalia as a Class B misdemeanor was dismissed. Court sentenced him to credit for time served and closed the case. This was not related to an allegation. It was handled via RIM sanction. So with that, do you waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
We do waive reading, and we do have pleas of admissions on both of the allegations.
Okay. All right, Mr. Morrell. Ms. Conyers has indicated that you are willing to plead or admit to both allegations today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Normally, I would inform you of your rights regarding these allegations and their admissions. However, they are not applicable since your sentence expires on October 5th, 2024. So I will admit or accept your admissions to the pleas, recommend the board revoke your February 14th of 2023 parole. And you're up, Kate.
Great. So, you know what? I'm going to do something fun and recommend a termination tomorrow instead of an expiration the next day.
All right.
But I will just briefly echo, I can understand what Mr. Morrell is saying. He's saying he will absolutely not have contact with this woman. He's a little concerned that, you know, knowing how allegations work and how, you know, investigations go, that his ex could put him, you know, make false allegations against him, and that he would be picked up and spend some time in custody before he's able to, you know, prove that that wasn't him. Anyway, I can appreciate that, as I have clients who have been in that situation. And Mr. Morrell, I wish the best for you, and hopefully that won't be the case.
Yeah, no, I understand that, because yes, it does happen quite often.
Is there anything I can say to the
I'll
court?
give you a chance here in just a second, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Agent Jorgensen, what's your recommendation?
I'm not opposed to Mrs. Conyers' suggestion. I don't think an extra day is going to matter. You know, I mean, obviously, Mr. Morrell's aware. Yes, there is at least a temporary protective order currently, as I'm looking at the docket now. So yes, for your own peace of mind, don't violate it, and you should be good to go. And I hope you're able to get your substance issues under control in the future, John.
Okay, yeah, I assume that's what he's incarcerated now on, other than a parole violation, but it's violation of protective order and a burglary. I don't know if they're related, but I understand, Mr. Morrell, that, yeah, if there's a protective order still in place, avoid the protected person at all costs. Obviously, in court for a divorce hearing is a different matter altogether, right?
Yes, sir.
But go ahead, Mr. Morrell. We've heard from your attorney. We've heard from APMP.
I just want to.
I was gonna say, obviously, at the very latest, you'll be out of prison on Saturday. Because that's the latest you can be incarcerated on this offense. I assume that you would either be out tomorrow or Friday to make it easier for the prison to release you. Okay. Go ahead and tell me what you want to tell me.
You know, I've been in and out of incarceration my whole life, from juvenile up until now. And my experience with the Department of Corrections and Juvenile Justice Services has not been the best. However, I want to thank Mr. Jorgensen for understanding and actually being in my corner, knowing the situation and circumstances that led to me
getting more charges and not being strong-minded and running for my problems. So the day I was able to call you and express myself to you, that meant more than anything. So I'm not going to continue this. I'm going to get back into treatment. That's it.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, John.
Okay, it looks like you tested positive for methamphetamine back in April, and that was that court case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Are you still gang affiliated?
I've been doing the best that I could to modify in here. I haven't had any associations nor anything with them since I've been in prison, since 2019.
Okay. So, okay, good. How's your mental health?
It's okay. I have a lot that I have on my plate right now. The divorce part is part of it. The part, my concerns as far as her making false allegations is part of it. But the main thing I have right now is contacting certain people to make sure that when I am released from prison, my foundation is secure and I'm not going straight to the streets. If this does happen, that I am able to be released at the end of the week, that's going to help a lot with my foundation landing. But other than that, I'm okay.
Okay. Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
Yeah, lots actually. And that's kind of part of the. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
That's part of some of the stipulations in my blue packet were regarding that not being fulfilled in my first parole. But I was on mental health medication. I was seeing a therapist weekly. I did complete a lot of the evaluations that weren't put in through OTRAC via my first parole officer.
Okay.
So I'm going to continue using those medications appropriately. I'm going to get back in with Wasatch Mental Health, or in Salt Lake, it's Valley Behavioral Mental Health, and start up and pick up where I left off away from corrections, because it was working for me. And I do believe that that's going to keep me on the straight and narrow with my future choices.
Okay. What have you been diagnosed with?
They have me diagnosed with antisocial disorder. They have me diagnosed with severe manic depressant, borderline schizophrenic. And honestly, those are the only ones that I can remember right offhand. So that's one. Social anxiety disorder as well.
Okay.
And those are the only ones that I was taking medications for.
What medications are you taking?
Right now, they have me on mirabazepine for sleep insomnia. They have me on hydroxyzine for anxiety. They have me on this other one. It's for a mood stabilizer. Out there, they have me on gabapentin, Lexapro, and mirabazepine.
Okay. All right. How's your physical health?
Gained some weight, but other than that, I'm all right.
Are you doing any programming right now?
I attend my church services when they're offered.
Okay, good. All right, we talked about getting a solid foundation. Do you know where you're going to live when you're released?
I'm gonna be homeless, but that's part of the struggle. I have some leads as far as the shelter goes. I have some friends that I've kept associations with from my prior rehab, and they actually they work at the overflow shelter in Salt Lake.
Okay.
One of them's a caseworker, so I'll most likely be in there. I'm gonna contact my previous bishop and see if he can't get me to a place that's not gonna be in a motel. And then from there, either work with the caseworker to get on housing or get into, I'm really leaning toward the Red Barn Academy.
Okay.
So that I don't have no contact with the outside, and then just focus on my treatment and mental health, get some stability and some history with a schedule that's gonna be productive with my life, so that when I do move forward, I'll have something to stand on that's not a pipe shop.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Morrell, do you have anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, that's everything.
Okay. Given your unique situation, here's what'll happen is I will type up my report and I will submit it to the board today. Okay, because obviously there's a time crunch. The board needs to make a decision as soon as possible for you. You know, it takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing. I don't know if you will be released tomorrow or Friday or Saturday. Hopefully it's tomorrow or Friday. Most likely it will not be tonight. The board and the Department of Corrections does not just want to, you know, essentially throw you out on the street with no resources. Okay, so hopefully UDC can help line up some resources, at least temporarily, with you and some of the resources you've listed earlier today, okay?
Sure.
All right, do you have any questions for me, sir?
I do not.
All right. With that, we will conclude this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
On record.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Peter Larson, offender number 211375. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Thank you, sir.
With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Brady McDonald from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes. How are you?
I'm good. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent McDonald, so I'll need to place you both under oath. You can
Okay.
raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Larson, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
The blue packet, yes.
Yes. All right. Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
I did on Monday.
Okay, thank you. So Kate, Mr. Larson did have one pending case. It's case number 2419-08859. In that case, it looks like he pled guilty to property damage or destruction as a Class A misdemeanor. And then domestic violence in the presence of a child, the Class A misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct as infraction were both dismissed. The court sentenced him to 90 days in jail with 55 days credit for time served. So I'll take judicial notice of that. I'll attach that one to allegation number 2. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations, and he'll admit to numbers 1 and 2 as he pled guilty to that in the court case. We're asking to strike number 3 as that one was dismissed for plea in that. And he does want to explain, even though he did plead guilty and take accountability, that and maybe he could have gone to trial here that he was trying to protect his 6-year-old son. There wasn't any touching, no assaults, no
Right.
threatening, but that he did want to move this process forward. So that's hence why we're here.
Okay.
now.
Okay. So real quick, Kate, I have that the charge related to allegation number 1 was dismissed.
Oh, sorry, let me look. Sorry, I know it was number 2, and then it was yes, I'm sorry, the disorderly conduct, and then number 1 was dismissed. So if we can, let me start over. If we can strike number 1, I'll make a motion to enter a denial and strike number 1, and then admit to 2 and 3.
Okay.
Sure.
Agent McDonald, are you okay? Or how do you feel?
Mr. Larson, you'll be able to speak in a minute.
I'll ask
Just
you
one second,
some
Mr.
questions
Larson.
here. Agent McDonald, what do you want to do with allegations 1 and 3? We can't hear you. You might have to change your microphone.
Now?
Yes.
Now we can hear
Okay.
you.
All right. Okay. Well, my big concern is where Mr. Larson's going to go. Because I did receive some phone calls actually the day before this happened from family on when upon his release on where he's going to go.
Okay.
And
Let's
so
get to that here in just a minute. Are you okay with dismissing allegations 1 and 3?
yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Okay. With that, Mr. Larson, Ms. Conyers has indicated that you'd be willing to admit to allegation number 2. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before I accept this admission, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your or against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to allegation number 2 today, you'll be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept your admission to allegation number 2, take judicial notice of the new conviction. Recommend the board revoke your February 13th of 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Yes. Thank you. What we'd like to do is he is asking for 90 days and another 90 days with credit, going back about the 2 months he served and another opportunity at parole. He plans to, if given that opportunity, this was his first parole. So if he's given a second opportunity at parole, he'd like to start that at a halfway house. He already did some of his evaluations and he has treatment already set up. He had, it sounds like there was when he was on parole, he had already done the evaluation. He had the treatment set up, but was told not to start. And then he moved and then was told to do another evaluation at PATR. So it sounds like either way, he's done an evaluation and can get back going, assuming that's valid usually for 180 days. So it still should be valid and he can follow up on the treatment. He did have work and hopes that he could get it back. He was doing political canvassing. Seems like there's only about a month to do that. Maybe there's canvassing work after the election day. I'm not sure. And he wants to continue being the best dad to his kids. He was in an abusive relationship, but it was working closer with DCFS and with their help working on his relationship with his children. He does plan to go to school at the University of Utah, where he will be pursuing a degree in chemistry. So it sounds like he has a lot of things going for him and hopes to be successful in parole. That's all I have right now.
All right, thank you. Okay, Agent McDonald, what's your recommendation?
So I'm fine with that. In fact, Mr. Larson, I very short time I got to even supervise him. But until this incident, I had no issues with him. Very easy to manage and supervise. That was my concern, was a place to go, but it looks like wanting to go to the halfway house. I think that's a great a great transition back to this this plan that you guys have with school and I know your political canvassing job. So I fully support that. I just don't, I just wonder what halfway house is it you're trying to get to?
May I answer? The one in
Yeah,
Salt
go ahead.
Lake? The one in Salt Lake on, I think, 9th West?
Okay, Fortitude.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And-
I guess the reality is that it's not up to either him or the Board of Pardons. It's up to UBC, wherever they have room and availability for them, so.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Mr. Larson. Tell me what happened on this parole. I did read your letters about
All right.
you and your son
Yes, sir.
and what was going on there.
Okay.
How could
The
you
ni-
have handled that situation better?
Thank you. The night of this, sorry, say that last part again, sir?
How could you have handled that situation better?
Thank you, sir. So the night of the incident, my little boy with my ex-wife's phone, his mommy told me that he confronted me, he was being abused. And that day, the man who cohabitates with my ex-wife, he's about 300 pounds, over 6 foot, punched him in the nose and gave him a bloody nose. And right there, I would like to stop. I became emotional. I was terrified and traumatized, but I had a critical thinking error. I let my emotion, instead of thinking about negative possible outcomes, I just, I was scared for my son, and I went to his safety just to take him out of the abusive situation. I should have called Agent McDonald, or maybe waited in the morning and called DCFS and reported, but I didn't know much about that kind of thing, but I should have called my agent. He was very kind with me. I met with him twice, one at his office and once when he came to my home. Anyway, I went to the door. My little boy answered, and I took him outside. I asked him what happened. He wanted to play with me. I put him on my shoulders, and he told me, yes, this is what happened. And then I sat him down on the porch, and as he was walking up these stairs, because it's a split entry, he said, that means you're not going to hurt me anymore, right? And then my wife shut the door, and all the lights turned off. I didn't know what to do. I walked around the block a couple times, just thinking, because I was on parole and I was nervous. Anyway, I saw a police truck that was from Taylorsville passing by, and I held him down with my strongest voice and said, help, please, sir, I need help. And then he stopped, asked me what's going on, and I confided to him what my little boy told me, what happened that evening. Another police officer showed up. I told him exactly what was going on as well. And they had me go sit on the curb. And then one of the officers came and told me, get in the truck, we'll go to the house. We went to the house, and they had me wait kind of like the curb of the street. And they went and knocked, in my opinion, very softly on the door. And then they came back and said, well, nobody's answering. We can't do anything. I pleaded with him over and over, please, you have to do something. My son is in danger. He told me that he got punched in the nose and he's in the situation right now. You have to do something. Anyway, I went on too far, and they didn't believe me of even what was going on. So they took me to the hospital on 53rd and State Street. They said, you're not under arrest, but we think you need an evaluation. They thought I was making it up, or they thought I was delusional or something.
Okay.
Anyway, I went in and the police left, and the med tech or the doctor on duty said, what's going on, Mr. Larsen? And about 10 minutes later, after explaining what happened with me, with my son, and what the police did, they said, Mr. Larsen, you're perfectly free to go. I'm so sorry this happened to you. And they even said, well, I'm so sorry the police treated you this way. They gave me a taxi, like voucher.
Okay.
And I went back to the house and I again knocked on the door. There's a screen door and it only opened like a small portion of the way. So I tried to take a flower pot and put it in there, but I tripped on the cement porch and I ruined my ex-wife's flowers. And I took the second one and I put it, so I opened up the door, the screen door, and I may have pushed it too far because I heard that the hinges were stretched. And then I knocked on the door until it was answered. I leaned forward with my hands out, said, "Bo, come here." And the gentleman punched me in the eye and I fell onto the door jamb and then onto the screen door. And then I backed away and I said, "Mike, I'm not leaving here until you call the police." Anyway, they shut the door again. All lights went out. I walked about 2 houses down, sat on the curb, and I didn't know what I was going to do. And then within about 5 minutes, another police truck drove by. It was a different one because it was a different color. Anyway, I walked up to the truck and I introduced myself. And there was like maybe 2 or 3 more police cars came, and they told me to wait there. And they went up to the door. This time, my ex-wife and Mike Dunn, the cohabitant of my ex-wife, and my little boy were at the door, opening the door, and they spoke with him. I couldn't really tell what was being said, but they came back and it was I heard them talking. The woman there was a sergeant, and they said, "We're going to give you a burglary charge, a domestic violence in front of a child, and destruction of property or mischief." At the time, it was they were going to do that, and an infraction. And I said, "Did you speak with the little boy? Please, you have to speak with the little boy. Ask him what happened this evening." And I was told, "Shut up." And then they arrested me.
Okay. All right. Okay. Obviously, it was quite a long night incident. How's your mental health?
It's good, sir. In the intake, they gave me a mental evaluation, I believe. They asked me questions.
Did they diagnose you with anything?
No, sir.
Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
No, sir.
Do you take any medications?
No, sir.
How's your physical health?
It's very well.
Okay. You want a halfway house release?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
And sir, real quick, I wrote in the letter that I've tried, I followed all the prison rules and I've tried to better myself. While here, I did get a certificate for Interplay's electric basics. I have the certification to prove what I wrote in my letter.
Good.
It
Okay.
just arrived last night.
All right. Perfect.
I don't know what you wanted.
No, that's okay. If you got a copy of it, keep it for you.
Okay.
It'll be uploaded sooner or later into our system.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, I would like to continue progressing.
Okay.
And I would like to continue creating a stable foundation for me so I can be a good dad for my little boy.
Good.
I apologize to Mr. McDonald. I didn't call him. That would have been the more responsible and sane thing to do. I was very scared, and he's my only child.
I understand that, and Agent McDonald is there for you to use as a resource, and is there to help you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Larson. Here's what'll happen going forward. I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. It takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. We'll conclude this hearing.
Have a good day. Thank you, Ms. Kate. Thank you,
Thanks,
Mr.
Brady.
McDonald.
Thank you.
So with that, Kate, do you waive formal reading and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations. We'd enter denials at this time and we'd continue for 6 months. That's how long Mr. Minchie believes that he needs to resolve these charges. I did tell him once they're completely resolved to let the board know and we'll get him back on the calendar.
Okay. Okay. And you did say 6 months, correct?
I did.
Okay, just making sure. All right, Mr. Minchie, here's what'll happen is I will enter denials to all of the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review.
Okay.
It's not an actual board hearing. It is just a way for the board to track this case. Once this case is resolved, will you please write a letter to the board letting them know it's been resolved, and we'll get you back on a calendar as soon as possible, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for me, sir?
Not at this moment.
All right, with that, we will conclude this hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alfredo.
On record.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Tino Sespuch, offender number 234495. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers. Can you see her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Sesbuch, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so Kate, Mr. Sesbuch did have two pending cases. Case 241100082 for failure to respond to officer signal to stop, the 3rd-degree felony, and then reckless driving is a Class B misdemeanor. The date of this offense was November 7th of 2023. In that he pled guilty to the failure to respond, and the reckless driving was dismissed. Court sentenced him to credit for time served and closed the case. I will attach that to allegation 3. And then he had case number 231912449 for fellow stop at command of law enforcement as a Class B misdemeanor. And possession of drug paraphernalia, also a Class B misdemeanor. The date of this offense was November 14th of 2023. He pled guilty to the failure to stop, and the court sentenced him to credit for time served to close the case and dismiss the drug paraphernalia. So do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations, and we do admit to no motions at this time. We'll admit to all 3 allegations, the first 2 admissions and then the 3rd one because of the case you mentioned.
Okay, and this is the one we talked about earlier where there is an amended warrant request floating around somewhere, but you probably didn't receive it with the 3rd.
I did not. That's right.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sesbuch, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to all 3 allegations today. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you and would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept your admissions to all 3 allegations. Recommend the board revoke your September 6th, 2022 parole, and I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. Yes, we did have a conversation on Monday, and what he's asking for is just some information. He just kind of went on the run here and recognizes that on his first parole, he shouldn't have done that. He's now been in custody for 10 months. And he is asking for another opportunity. He is asking for credit for time served and basically effectively an immediate release and then a second attempt at parole. He had previously done 13 months on parole, so he does know how to do this. He does know how to be successful. He's fortunate in that his dad is giving him a chance and is going to help him start his own trucking business. He has a family, his own children, that's a real priority to him, his 2 girls and a new baby. And he plans to live in Roosevelt in his own apartment. So he is set up for success if he can just stick to it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sesbuch. Tell me what happened on this parole.
I had 13 months of good time and not one dirty UA, not one mess up with my parole officer. And I just got into a stupid relationship and I ruined a relationship with my baby mama, my new baby mama, and got in an argument with my dad, and everything just happened all at once. And I took off to Salt Lake, and I was going to move my parole down there, and I ended up just going on the run down there. And it was all bad. I left my job, left my little baby and my girlfriend at the time. And
well, why'd you go on the run?
Just the argument with my baby mom and my ex and my dad. Me and my dad got everything just all happened at once. And so I was working on the drilling rigs. I was 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, and it was my 2 weeks off. I took off out to Salt Lake and just met up with the wrong crowd and ended up staying out there and not making it back to work And yeah, it was all bad.
Okay.
Wasn't good. But my baby mama and my dad, I got a really good support system out there. My baby mama has helped me this whole time. I'm down with my new baby. I got a little 15-month-old daughter, and her and my dad have been my support system this whole time I've been down. And I just got some big goals that I got to do and get to out there, and I got 3 daughters to take care of. And
Okay.
I'm gonna do it this time for sure. I don't want to come back in here. And I was so close to getting my early termination, and I ruined it. But I realized a lot this time being down. I've read a lot of self-help books, and I think that's one area where I've struggled is mentally. So one of my goals is to read a self-help book a month, one self-help book a month when I get out to keep me on the right track and keep me focused so I don't drift.
I mean, why'd you run from police in November?
Cause I knew I was wanted. I was at my old kids' mother's house, and I was helping her move her furniture out, and the cops showed up, and they said the cops were outside, and I just took off out the front door.
Okay. I understand this is your first parole attempt,
Yes, sir.
but let me tell you how, so that we avoid this in the future, how this could have gone.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Cops show up at your house while you're helping your ex-girlfriend move.
Yeah.
You go to jail. They tell APMP. APMP says, where you been? You said, I've been in Salt Lake. Have you used any drugs? No. They're going to give you a UA. You test clean. More than likely, APMP is going to request a warrant recall with an ankle monitor, and we're not having this discussion.
I know. So many people told me this. I know this. I know.
So hopefully you avoid that in the future.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, it does sound like you were out. I have for, not quite 13, a little bit around 12. But
Okay.
no dirty UAs, right?
No. Nope.
You're working at a good job. I have family and friends who work out there on the drill rigs.
Yeah.
So it's a good job. You're doing what you're supposed to do. And then you threw that away by running from the police. And allegation number 3, I had to get into the court website and find what happened there. And as reading their probable cause, you fled for them, reaching speeds over 100 miles an hour. You pled guilty to that. So now my concern is you're really lucky you didn't injure or kill somebody during that, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
It
sir.
got dangerous enough that police just said, we'll give up and come find you later. And then they did.
Right.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So you took a situation that was essentially not much of a big deal and made it a huge deal now.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
So the best way I could say is let's not do that again, man.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
For sure. For sure.
Because not only could you have killed yourself, or killed somebody else, you could have killed yourself. Now you have children without a father.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
You could have killed somebody else. Now there are children without parents, or parents without children.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure. Yes, sir.
But I do want to say, no dirty UAs, so that's a positive. Okay. How's your mental health?
Better than it's ever been, I feel like. I've done a lot of soul searching and reading. That's one thing that I've done this time being down is I've read a lot of self-help books like Napoleon Hill and
Good. All right. Have you ever been
Yeah.
diagnosed with any mental health issues?
No.
Do you take any medications?
No, sir.
How's your physical health?
Good. Wonderful. Immaculate.
All right. Looks like you did have a disciplinary violation though, yeah?
Yes, I got an art. Yeah, I did.
What
I had
happened
one.
there? Because every time I read the inmate refused a direct order and then used derogatory language, you gotta tell me what language you used.
I said, fuck this county. Send me back to the prison, please.
Okay. What was
Yeah.
that about?
So I was talking to somebody on the fire door. That's like it's the door that separates. Yeah, yeah, and I shouldn't have been doing it, right? And the bubble person, the bubble lady, told me to rack in, so I go and rack in, and I was kind of angry about it, and I asked if I could talk to a captain, and she said something, and I didn't understand her, and I said, can I please talk to a captain? Right? I pushed the button again, and she said, shut your door. So I shut my door. And they called me out to the bubble, so I go out to the bubble, and there's 5 guards standing there with handcuffs, and that's when I said, "Fuck this!
Okay.
Send me to the prison, please."
So you were doing something you knew you shouldn't have been doing.
Yeah.
You got caught, and you got upset that you got caught.
Yeah.
It seems to me like there are some thinking errors.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
understand why there were 5 officers there wanting to talk to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
What
sir.
was the consequences of that?
So I went to the hole for like 45 days. 45
Okay.
days. And it was a little reset, something I needed, I
And
guess. I think I was
what?
scooped up from the section. I don't know. It made me understand a lot, though.
Okay, I was gonna say I hope you understood why they did what they did.
Yeah, I totally did, and it helped me.
And then once again, I hope that you address a situation like that in a more appropriate manner in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you want to go to you're gonna go reside in Roosevelt, open a trucking business with your dad?
Yeah, so right before I went on the run, I just got my business license in the mail. I got my little binder with my business title and everything, and so I just got to go renew my business license, and my dad is gonna sign over 1 semi to me and give me one more opportunity to try to get my life on the right path and do something. So
Well, I hope you do, Mr. Sespuch.
yes,
Okay?
sir.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, I think that's it.
All right, here's what will happen going forward is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week.
Awesome.
Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision.
Okay.
Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail.
All right.
Okay. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered. Okay.
Okay. How
All
long
right.
does the decision usually take?
It can take a couple weeks.
Okay.
Because like I said, they all 3 of the 5 have to agree. And so obviously this is not the only hearing that
Right.
decision
Exactly.
they have to make. So
Yes,
you
sir.
get put in the queue and then they go through as quickly and as accurately as they can. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sespuch.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Thank you, Davis County.
Thanks, Kate. Thank you.
Good luck. My camera stopped. Good luck.
Thank you.
Right. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Shelby Ray Jordison, offender number 250-411. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Jade Espinosa from APMT on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'll be taking testimony from both you and the agent, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Jordison, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes,
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Before we begin, Agent Espinosa, do you know if charges are going to be filed? You're on mute.
My apologies. I have followed up with several different agencies, as far as Utah County Sheriff Department. They have submitted charges. However, it's unclear which justice court system has the case. As of right now, there's no formal charges that I can locate. I'm still waiting on one more phone call from the Attorney General's office. So that's kind of where we're at with the charges.
So the Attorney General's office is going
Or
to
the attorney's office, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Utah, okay,
Utah County Prosecution Office.
okay. All right, okay. With that, Kate, how would you like to proceed? You're on mute, Kate.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, I guess it sounds like we need a continuance. So do you have a timeline on that, Agent?
I do not. I can follow up this following week. I'm happy to show up in person as well. I've been waiting for this for a minute. So I did confirm though that it had been submitted, and from their end, it looks like they've just been pending an
Okay.
answer from the attorney.
So, Mr. Jordison, I know that this isn't what you were planning on. What I'm recommending at this time is entering denials and setting this over. And the reason for that is because the board will want to see if anything happens with these sort of charges before we go forward, frankly. So we're going to have to get that resolved. So I'm going to recommend that we continue it for 60 days. What I can tell you is I have a running list where I'm staying in touch with agents and the DA's offices on different charges. I'll add you to my list and I'll stay in touch with Agent Espinosa, and when she can get me an attorney's name with that attorney, so we can get these moving as quickly as possible. So with that, unless you have questions, Mr. Jordison, I'm going to enter denials and seek a continuance for 60 days.
Does that make sense to you, Mr. Jordison?
Yep.
I know it's not exactly what you want or wanted to hear, but that's probably what's going to happen anyways, okay?
Yeah.
Understand.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jordison. I'll enter denials to the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way for them to track to see if charges are filed. If charges are not filed, then we'll come back on a PV hearing and we'll address everything then, okay? If charges are eventually filed in court, then the board will continue the PV paper review until those charges are resolved, okay?
Understood.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jordison. We will conclude this hearing.
And Agent Espinosa, if you can stay on for a minute.